Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up to welcoming our Rector of Universitas Merdeka Malang, Dr. Prihat Asih, SE, MSI, AK, CSRS.
Di hamparan khatulistiwa, alma mater tercinta, berdiri gagah di keabadian, Universitas Merdeka Malang, lambang birawan oraga, perkasa namun rendah hati, telah tertanam di dalam jiwa.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Before we begin with our main event, I would like to thank you for joining us in Zoom meeting platform. You can also join us in our YouTube live streaming channel at UNMER channel. And now, please allow me to read the Zoom meeting instruction for the conference participant. All of the participants must have their camera on at all times during the conference. Please use the virtual background that will be provided in the chat box. If you have any question, please feel free to interact with today's speaker. And the last, please type in your question to Zoom chat box. Kindly state your name and your organization or affiliation. The moderator will be read the question after the presentation of each speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, we would like to acknowledge the distinguished speakers for our international conference. The Honorable, our speakers, Kazi Sohag, PhD, from Ural Federal University, Russia. The Honorable Associate Professor Dr. Kanitson Terpaupong from Rangsit University, Thailand. Associate Professor Dr. Ying Long from Tsinghua University. Dr. Bob Natakon from National University of Management, Cambodia. And the Honorable from Universitas Merdeka Malang, Professor Dr. Kade Wiwi Indrayanti. We also would like to extend our warmest greeting to the head of our institution, the chairman of the Foundation of Merdeka Malang, the rector and vice-rector of the Universitas Merdeka Malang, the director of postgraduate program and the deans of the faculties, and the honorable guests and participants of this conference. We would like to say welcome to the international conference entitled 9th International Conference on Sustainability ICoS. I am Nurul Aini, your MC for today. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin with the conference, I would like to introduce you to the agenda of today's event. Firstly, we will begin the event by singing Indonesia National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. Second, we will listen to the reporting speech from the conference chairman. And then we will listen to the welcome speech from the director of the postgraduate program, Universitas Merdeka Malang. And then welcoming greeting from the rector of Universitas Merdeka Malang and opening of the conference. After that, prayer for opening for the conference. And we will continue for the main event, plenary session, and break and continue to the second plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin with our main event, we would like to invite you to sing Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up and please observe the proper decorum for the singing of the national anthem. Thank you. Please have a seat. Next, we would like to invite the conference chairman to deliver her reporting speech. Please welcome Dr. Insinyur Erlina Laksmiani Wahyutami, MT.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings to all of you. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Honorable Chairman of University of Merdeka Malang Foundation and staff, Honorable Rector of Universitas Merdeka Malang, all respected Vice Rectors, Director of Postgraduate Student Program, all respected deans Universitas Merdeka Malang, all respected guests and participants of the 2024 International Conference. Alhamdulillah, praise to the Almighty God that always gives us all health, strength, and chance so we can join and attend the opening in today's International Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 9th International Conference is Sustainable ICoS. Today holds a unique significance because on this day, November 9, 2024, we held the 9th International Conference is Sustainability. It is a great honor to have you all here today as we gather to discuss one of the most pressing and transformative issues of our time, sustainability development for the era of society 5.0. As we begin our journey into the future, we find ourselves at a vital moment where technology and innovation are reshaping our society. Society 5.0 envision a world where digital transformation and human-centered solution harmonize to create a sustainable and inclusive future. Together, we can build a roadmap for a future where technology and sustainability go hand in hand, creating a world that is not only smarter, but also more compassionate and resilient. In accordance with that, the Committee of 2024 International Conference proudly inviting the following experts from different countries, namely Associate Professor Dr. Yin Long from Tsinghua University, China, Dr. Kanitsorn Paupong of Rangsit University, Thailand, and then Dr. Bob Nantakorn from National University of Management Cambodia, and Kazi Sohak PhD from Euro Federal University Russia, Professor Dr. Kadek Wiwi Indrayanti from Universitas Merdeka Malang. In today's international conference, there are around 175 participants from various scientific backgrounds that we presenting on site and online. To all the invited speakers, we would like to sincerely give our thanks for their valuable contribution. We also would like to say thank you to the Chairman of Foundation and Rector of Universitas Merdeka Malang, who has given his endless support. The last, our thanks go to all the guests, presenters, and participants of the international conference for their active participation. Thank you and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Om Namo Buddhaya. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arlina. And now we are inviting the Director of the Postgraduate Program Universitas Merdeka Malang to give her welcome remarks. Please welcome Professor Dr. Grahita Chandrarin, MSI AKCA.
Thank you for the opportunity given to me. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Merdeka Malang and all respected Vice Rectors of Universitas Merdeka Malang, the Honorable Chairman of Universitas Merdeka Malang Foundation, the distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Kadek Wiwi Indrayanti from Universitas Merdeka Malang, Kazi Sohak PhD from Ural Federal University Russia, Associate Professor Kanitsorn Tedapopong from Rangsit University Thailand, and thank you for the support through you accompany your wife. That's Kathy and Sohak that come on site. Thank you very much. And Associate Professor Yin Long from Tsinghua University, China, and Dr. Bob Natakon from National University of Management Cambodia that will present their slide online. All respected guests, presenter, and participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's say Alhamdulillah and praise the Almighty God who has given His endless blessing to all of us, so we all can participate in today's international conference. This international conference, which is initiated by Graduate School, is an annual event conducted by Universitas Merdeka Malang. This year, it is the 9th International Conference on Sustainability with the theme Sustainable Development for the Era of Society 5.0. As for the sub-themes, we have 4, and they are architectures, environmental and urban plannings, social sciences, economics, and legal studies. The purpose of these events is to maintain a conducive academic atmosphere, especially in improving the ability of master and doctorate program students and lecturers to disseminate the result of the research and publish them in reputable international journal. It is important that such a scientific forum is annually conducted, since it can be used as a place for scientists and researchers to share their ideas, thoughts, and research results. By doing this, they have contributed solutions of the problems faced by community and nation, and even for the sake of sustainability, humanity, and future generation. On behalf of Graduate School, I would like to say thank you and highly appreciate to all of the keynote speakers of this 2024 International Conference. Next, my sincere thanks to go all of the guests, presenters, and participants for their participation. The last, thank you to all the committee members that have worked hard to make this international conference happen. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Grahita. And now, we would like to invite the Rector of Universitas Merdeka Malang to give her opening speech and to open the conference officially. Please welcome Dr. Prihat Asih, SA, MSI, AK, CSLS.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning for everyone. The Honorable Associate Professor Dr. Kanitson Tatpapong from Rangsit University, Dr. Kasih Sohak from Ural Federal University, Prof. Dr. Kadek Wiwi Indrayanti from Merdeka University, Associate Professor Ling Yinglong, PhD from Tsinghua University, and Dr. Bob Natakon from National University of Management. All respected Vice Rector, Deans, Director of Postgraduate Program, and Head of Tourism Diploma Program, the Head of PDKU Ponorogo, and all of structural officer in Merdeka University, the organizing committee, and all distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, valued participants, and colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to welcome you all to the 9th International Sustainability Conference with theme The Sustainable Development in the Era of Society 5.0, organized by Postgraduate Program Universitas Merdeka Malang. Entering the Society 5.0 era, we are faced with the integration of advanced technology with humanity-centered values. So, sustainable development must become our set commitment. And the challenge for us is how we can take advantage for this advance and ensure that technological advance contribute to sustainable future. Our university encourages research and education to contribute and proactively in interdisciplinary collaboration to drive the progress needed for sustainable future. And this conference, researcher, professional, leader, and thinker from many countries met. So it is hope that exploration and collaboration will occur to find innovative solution and new model of sustainable development for our community and for our world. Hopefully, we can take full advantage for this forum to share ideas and dialogue about sustainable development and inspire action that will lead us toward a brighter and more sustainable era. Thank you for joining this conference, and I hope we all stay healthy. Finally, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the 9th International Conference on Sustainability is officially open. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. God bless us all. Om Santi Santi Om Rahayu. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prihat. The next agenda is prayer. May our event today will be blessed and run successfully. And now we will invite Professor Dr. Agus Salahuddin to lead our prayer recitation section.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, all the participants of the international conference, let us take a moment to pray to Allah, the most merciful, so that Allah give His blessings in this conference and might it give us many benefits. We will lead the prayer in Islamic way. We're hoping that the other religion audiences could adjust. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan katsiran thayyiban mubarakan fih ala kulli hal. Hamdan yu'afi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi lil karim wa adhim sultani. Ya Allah, the most merciful, to you belong all praises in this morning. We are gathered here to do an international conference on sustainability, an international conference in social science. We pray for you, Ya Allah, for a healthy body and soul, and open mind and heart to be able to receive a useful knowledge, a blessed wealth, and all to serve you in this world. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ilman nafi'a wa rizqan wasi'a wa amalan mutaqabbala wa shifaan min kulli da'in wa saqamin birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Ya Allah, the rule, every single thing on earth is your creation. You are the only ruler, the only protector the one who has the biggest power and on the universe, the world. We are praying for you. Please bless us with a bright mind, pure heart, a guided path, all to say thanks to you. By doing the best we could to optimize our knowledge so that we could make a better world, to take care and to optimize our resources to make a better society and stronger nation, so that we all could have a prosperous life with your mercy and blessing. Baldatun tayyibatun wa rabbun ghafur. Bismillahi masya Allah, la hawla wa la quwata illa billahi al-azim. Bismillahi masya Allah, la yasrifu su'a illallah. Bismillahi masya Allah, ma kana min nikmatin fa minallah. Bismillahi masya Allah, la hawla wa la quwata illa billahil aliyil azim. Ya Allah, the most merciful, please bless us with the ability to always remember you, by never stop doing zikr to you, to always be grateful to all your blessing, and to do all the good deeds you have ordered us to do. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wasallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Thank you, Professor Agus. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the plenary session of the 9th International Conference on Sustainability ICoS, we would like to invite Dr. Sohak, Dr. Kanitson, Professor Kade, Dr. Prihat, Professor Grahita, and Dr. Alina to take photo together. Please come forward.
Di hamparan khatulistiwa, alma mater tercinta, berdiri gagah di keabadian, Universitas
Please stay.
Merdeka Malang.
Please wait a moment. Please stay. Dr. Alina, please come forward. And now please come forward to Vice Rector and structural official from postgraduate. Please come forward to take photo together. Kaprodi, Sekprodi.
Tanam di dalam jiwa, bukan semboyan semata, kan ku puja dan selalu ku bangga, sang perkasa namun rendah hati.
Okay, once more, please stay and we will take photo together with all other participants. So please stand up for all of participants and please stay. I will stay and turn around, please. Yeah, we take picture from front of our auditorium.
Merdeka,
Okay.
bingkai kuning keemasan, bagai cakrawala yang membentang di angkasa. Di hamparan khatulistiwa, alma mater tercipta, berdiri gagah di keabadian Universitas.
Thank you very much, and please have a seat again.
Lambang birawa anoraga, perkasa namun rendah hati.
Thank you very much. And the next agenda, our honorable guests and participants, we finally begin with our main section of today's event, which is the international conference entitled 9th International Conference on Sustainability ICoS. And this section will be led by our moderator, UNMER SAB MAB.
Thank you, Ms. Nurul Aini. Hello everyone. Once again, a very good morning. Greetings from Universitas Merdeka Malang. I hope all of you are doing well. My name is Almer Rashid. I am your moderator for today's conference. It is my pleasure to welcome the keynote speaker, all of the speakers and the participants of today's international conference with the title 9 International Conference of Sustainability 2024, held by the postgraduate programs Universitas Merdeka Malang. Ladies and gentlemen, to start with the main event of this international conference, please welcome our keynote speaker of today's conference to join me here to present their presentation. Please kindly join me in from Dr. Kazi Sohak, PhD of Ural Federation University of Russia. Associate Professor Dr. Kanisong Terpapong, Rangsit University of Thailand. Professor Dr. Kadek Wiwik Indrayanti from Universitas Merdeka Malang. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to introduce our first speaker. But before that, we give 30 minutes to each keynote speaker to present their presentation. And after 3 keynote speakers, we will open the Q&A session. Okay, so first, I am pleased to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Kazi Sohak, PhD. The title of his presentation is The Narrow Corridor of Institutional Quality, the Effectiveness of Anti-Corruption Entities. Without further ado, the time is yours.
I can control it, right?
Yes.
To have,
You need a pointer?
yes. Ready, huh? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And selamat pagi. It's really my pleasure to be with you. I was here last, I think 5 years ago, 2019. After pandemic and so many things, I'm again here. I see many familiar faces. I'm really happy to see you all here. Anyway, so today my topic will be relating with the sustainability, but it is more about the institutions. You know, one of the important sustainable development goal is institutional quality. So it's more about institutional quality that are focusing on someone. Do you know, how many of you know Darin Acemoglu? Who got the Nobel Prize in economics in this year? You know? Okay, Darin Acemoglu, who got the Nobel Prize. His Nobel Prize, the topic was the why nation fails. Why a nation fail? Other nation is doing a lot of success, economic success. I will try to shed light on this topic slightly. Anyway, so the topic is today is a narrow corridors of institutional quality. Then I will try to go to the empirical part. It doesn't work. Can you, yes. So the first part I will try to highlight the theoretical underpinning of institutional economics. Then empirical part and question answer session. I try to be brief, though it is very big presentation. Let me start with the globalization and institutions. So if you look at the history of globalizations, you know, we are living in globalized world. So you will see that there are 4 phases of globalization. The first phase of the globalization was necessarily that was through the Silk Road, which connect the civilization like Asia, Europe, and Africa. Through the Silk Road, there was a significant trade in the ancient time. So that was the first phase of the globalization. The second phase of globalization, the age of exploration, which is from 15th to 7th century, expanded global trade driven by the European colonial power. So during this time, mainly this globalization expanded to explore the natural resources in many countries. Yeah, it works. It also works, I think. So when they try to colonize different countries, you will see the 2 different pictures here. If you compare like United States, Australia, South Africa, or other countries, and if you look some other Asian country like India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, or probably Indonesia too. So you will see that 2 different institutions. One is the inclusive institution, another one is the extractive institution. But it's same kind of institution done by the European colonial power. So why it is so? So Darin Acemoglu, he has a very beautiful research paper. He tried to link like this, that those of the countries like Australia, where the child mortality rate was lower. So that's why they stay there, they took this land, and they developed the inclusive institutions. But the country like India or other part, where the child mortality rate or the living quality was not that good, so that's why they mostly developed the extractive institutions to take the resources, and that's all. So in 20th century, globalization turned into a more sophisticated form, very sophisticated form that necessarily starting from after the Second World War through the Bretton Woods policy. Probably you know what is Bretton Woods policy, right? So in the Bretton Woods policy, mainly they try to establish some supra-institution, including IMF, International Monetary Fund, World Bank, then World Trade Organizations, UN chartered. So through this institution, try to make a global village. So that was the very sophisticated form of globalization, like one country. So it's turned into more about the unipolar world, unipolar power. But we see from the Bretton Woods policy, this policy are somehow disproportionate in terms of benefits. So some country highly benefited through the globalization process, and some country remain poor, like a permanently poor, like if you look at many African countries. So how you gonna define it? They have lack of skills. Do they have lack of resources? Not necessarily. So what is the main factor working behind that they are economically lagging behind than other countries? So now we see that globalization even become more sophisticated, everything become more centralized. If you see the money, the domination of dollar, which is the reserve currency in the world, so anything you are going to trade with any country, so it's necessarily backed by dollar. So that's coming from the Bretton Woods Agreement. So now the technology, of course, is another factor which has enormous spillover effect from one country to another country. After the industrial revolution, of course, machine reduced the human effort. But right now you see the age of artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence, how do you see it? Of course, technology is developing, like we have to adapt it. We cannot deny it. But the thing is that a machine used to work for human to reduce the physical effort. Now what about artificial intelligence? Like you don't need to think anymore. So someone else is gonna think on behalf of you. So as a teacher, as a university teacher, I'm head of the PhD program and editor of some journal, a reviewer of many journals, top journals. I see when I go through the language, I can detect this as AI generated text because there are some biasness of the text. So what I see, what is my feeling is that the knowledge is becoming more centralized, more homogeneous. So there is no difference in thought. But I think most of you are Muslim, right? So if you read the Quran, what Quran says that this Quran has been revealed the people, those who can ponder, those who can think. And if you do not think, you are just like cattle. So human needs to think. I see in AI there are many biasness since my topic is a little bit sophisticated with the politics. So when the texts are coming, there is a considerable biasness. Anyway, so this is Darin Acemoglu who developed institutional quality of framework. In this framework, he tried to see that why some countries, nation fails and others are improving it. So if you look at this diagram is called institutional quality. So horizontal line, you will see the power of society, where the society holds most of the power. And the vertical line, the power of state like a despotic power. Like you cannot talk, the government holds too much power that the people, like probably North Korea. So that's the despotic power. And the power of society, which is more about anarchy, like lawlessness. Maybe one of the example can be Lebanon. But I'm sorry, but literature says, okay. So the power of society. But in between the power of state and power of society, there is a very narrow corridor. Very narrow. So this narrow corridor, he calls it inclusive society, where there is no corruption, rule of law, government effectiveness is very high. But it is very difficult to achieve there. So if you look at United States, I don't think no longer it lies on the in between this narrow corridor anymore. So where Indonesia stands, I think you can decide. I'm not going to tell. Next. Yeah. Yeah. So according to the literature, the indicator of institutional quality. So if I go for the international, very well documented indicator, which is International Country Risk Guide. So they highlighted approximately 12 indicators of institutional quality, which is the political risk, they call it. So among them is a government stability, socio-economic condition, investment profile, internal conflict, external conflict, corruption, military in politics, religion and ethnic tension, law and order, then democratic accountability, bureaucracy quality. So these are the data you will find it from these sources. Okay. About the financial risk, the debt service, international liquidity, exchange rate stability. If you look at the economic risk, GDP per capita, real GDP growth, annual inflation, then budget balance, current account, and so on. So there is a documented well definition of all the institutional quality. So now the question is that this globalization process, whole process, whether it is the panacea of solving all the problems, all the indicators that we talk about. So if you look at the empirically, not necessarily. Like according to the Western literature, like the country UAE, United Arab Emirates, or Qatar, or Saudi Arabia, or probably Brunei, they are not in the, they are holding a good scores of institutional quality. But they have a tremendous economic growth. Their per capita is really high. So anecdotal evidence or empirical evidence shows that not necessarily all this indicator they are saying that these are the main determinants whether a country will succeed or fails, not necessarily empirically. That is my stand. So whether this globalization, Western globalization can solve all the problems, that's a panacea of solving all the problems, we see not necessarily. First of economic inequality. That is one of the important goals of sustainability, sustainable development goal. But if you look at these statistics, you will see that the top 0.1%, they are holding about 90% of the wealth. So in this sustainable development goal, they just put it a beautiful goal, but there is no practical solution. Trust me, I didn't see any action of reducing inequality. Rather, it is increasing. And right now, the technological development, even AI penetration or deployment, is making inequality even bigger, because this kind of a technology creating a creative distractions, like not all the people can adopt it. So those who are adapting, their per capita or their productivity increasing comparing to other people. So now, if you look at Elon Musk, he is going to be probably $1 trillion, richest person. So if you look at the Indonesian GDP, how many people here? 300 million, Indonesia. And GDP size is the 1.3 trillion. And Elon Musk alone is going to have 1 trillion. So what kind of an economic structure it is? So that's the question, whether this globalization definitely gives the benefit very disproportionately. Then culture and cultural issues. So Western culture not necessarily will be compatible all the countries' culture. For example, if you look at Arab, Middle East, their culture is thousands of years of culture. So very often this culture is going to be antagonizing with the local cultures. Then, yeah, one of the issues is that like LGBT issues, which is very popular. So I live in Melbourne, my family. Every time I go, I see too much advertisement. Even they are going to the primary school. So these things may not be compatible with any government. So if any government is not going to support it, then they are against the institutional quality. And you see, there are many things are happening around the world. Then political and social backlash. In the same way, the Western democracy or the political framework may not also be compatible with all the countries. So I can give you one of the examples. So last time when in Russia there was an election, one of the British journalists asked a question to RT editor, Russian Today editor. He asked, was there any serious opposition during the election? She said, why we should have a serious opposition? Why do you think that we have to follow exactly what you are saying? We are different, don't you see? We even do not like you. We have our own framework, own political systems. So, meaning that this Western political system not necessarily will be compatible with all the countries. Then now, dependency and vulnerability. So, dependency and vulnerability, this is a serious issue. After the global financial crisis 2007, you will see that many countries think twice because this financial crisis is not necessarily happening in that country, but they are sufferers. So there's a high spillover effect because of the connectedness, which happened in USA, but many countries suffer. And also during the COVID time, when there is a lockdown, the deglobalization process was on move. Why? Before. Yeah. So what is the paradox of globalization? The globalization is, though it is created beautifully, but let me tell you very philosophically. I read one of the book. The book name is The Grand Chessboard. You know chessboard, right? Chess. You know. It's written by one of the diplomats of United States, who is Brzezinski, the foreign secretary of United States when the Soviet Union was collapsing. So in this book, he wrote like this, that if any country, they flourish economically, necessarily their military power also will flourish. And that's a big threat for the Western values and culture. So the policy should design such a way that other countries should not flourish their economy. And his point is valid. Now if you see that China enjoyed a tremendous economic growth with their own framework, but now China is considered as a real threat. Also the rise of Russia is a real threat. That's why the two unpopular war is taking place. One is Middle East, one is the Russia-Ukraine conflict. So that exactly, if you read this book, it says everything. That if any country economically flourish, their military will also flourish, which is going to be a big threat for the Western power. This is what they think. Anyway, so now I'll try to move to the empirical part. How many minutes I have? 10 minutes. Okay, good enough. 15. So in empirical part, me and my students were motivated to see that since corruption is a real problem of many countries, and in order to curb the corruption, there is a anti-corruption commission. I don't know, I think Indonesia also has anti-corruption commission, right? It works independently. So we try to see that whether this anti-corruption commission is really effective to reduce corruption globally. So that's the empirical study. Because we didn't see any paper on that. So I have taken almost all the countries. So some country, they have anti-corruption commission, and other set of country, they do not have anti-corruption commission. So I call those countries, they have anti-corruption commission, I call it a treatment group. And another group is a control group. Why it is so? Those who do regression analysis, some of you maybe do research with regression analysis. Regression analysis has some of the problem. What is the problem? It can be correlation. Correlation does not mean the causal relation. The causal relation is a very serious research. It highly applicable in clinical research. How clinical research is take place? Let's say in the case of COVID case. If you are producing a vaccine, then if you give vaccine to some people, those who are COVID infected, you'll try to see that their severity is going to reduce or not. So if you give them vaccine, then if their severity is going down, still they cannot say this is the outcome of the vaccine. Because you have to see the control group. The control group, those who are not taken vaccine, what is happening to them? Maybe naturally their severity also going down. So we need to control those groups, those who are not given vaccine. So that's why in the similar way, in this research, I consider a group of countries, they do not have any anti-corruption commission. So what is the corruption level there? But in this research, I try to exclude the developed country because they have institutional quality already high, and this institutional quality indicator is designed by them. So I have taken the outcome variable is a quality of governance and 6 components of quality of governance, which is control of corruption, political stability, government effectiveness, regulatory quality, rule of law, voice and accountability. And the treatment variable is that establishment of anti-corruption entity. And I have taken some covariate, meaning other features. When they have an anti-corruption commission, they have some other kind of a attribute. For example, whether this anti-corruption commission is a part of UN convention or not, whether they have a power of prevention, whether they have power of investigation and prosecutions. Because I need to consider these things in the research. Hey, what happened? Can you run again? Yeah, next. Yes, so we collected the data almost 46 developing countries and other countries as the control groups with different sources. And we apply some kind of a method, it's called causal inference, meaning we can attribute the cause and effect. It's called a counterfactual analysis. I'm not stressing much about this methodological part. So if you can see that this method should have some pre-parallel test. If there was no intervention, then corruption should go parallelly in the both group. So we apply, it's called generalized synthetic control method. It's some kind of a causal inference. In the first diagram, it shows that the vertical line, the average treatment effect, meaning control of corruption. In the vertical dotted line, it shows the 0. 0 meaning that's the time of establishment of anti-corruption commission of the country. And before that, there was no anti-corruption commission. So we can see that after establishment, control of corruption even gone down, but not significant, because this is the gray line in between the 0 line. So meaning that Anti-Corruption Commission has no effectiveness at all to reduce corruption in the sample country. Then we proceed further, whether is there any impact on government effectiveness. We see that even it has a negative effect, since it is going down in the second panel. So after establishment of Anti-Corruption Commission, the government effectiveness is going down, because sometimes maybe Anti-Corruption Commission is working differently, may not be compatible with the government. So that's why it's going down. Next, please. Yeah, so regulatory quality also similar pictures. We see that no effectiveness at all. We see the rule of law, the slightly it is improving because of the Anti-Corruption Commission establishment, as it is going up in the second diagram. So rule of law is to some extent is effective. Voice and accountability no effective. Though then we try to see that Anti-Corruption Commission along with the UN Convention, whether it is more effective or not in curbing anti-corruption, control of corruption. In this case, we see that there is to some extent positive effect, that some countries are enjoying the less corruption and high government effectiveness if they have Anti-Corruption Commission along with the UN Convention. Because when it is the UN Convention, they have a more accountability, they have a more autonomy of a country for prosecution, executions, or investigation. So the conclusion is that anti-corruption found to be in general ineffective, but when it is holding some UN convention, in that case this is turned to be a more positive effect on some indicators of institutional quality. But what is important thing is that institutional quality is really very important aspect to ensure the inclusive growth, sustainability, even environmental sustainability. Probably we conduct a recent study in the case of Indonesia, where there is a lot of legislations of renewable energy, because renewable energy is one of the mitigation for clean energy, which is important goal of sustainability. But when it comes to the legislations from the parliament, it always, whether there is a corruptions or not, because legislations and institutional quality go side by side. So we see that legislations along with the institutional quality is helps a lot in the case of Indonesia for achieving their all the targets of renewable energy. Though in terms of the renewable energy, there is a lot of hawks how sustainable it is, because in order to produce renewable energy, you need a lot of coppers, critical minerals, and these critical minerals also located in the few countries, including Russia, China, like lithium storage facility, Chile. So this price is also increasing very much. So all the agreement in Paris Agreement or Sustainable Development Goal or National Determined Contribution in terms of the renewable energy is really not taking place because of the high material cost, financial problem, and so on. So apparently many sustainable development goals are failing globally. Also we see that considerable sanction, trade, then one group of the peoples, they are teaming up like global south, global north towards multipolarity and so on. So many wars is happening, so the sustainability is really questionable, is challenging future. We are living in like a crossroad, a dangerous crossroad. So any way it can turn either in a dangerous side or positive side. Okay, maybe we can think about the better future. That's our hope, but realistic point is here it really doesn't look like that. Indeed, we are living in a very dangerous crossroad of geopolitical issues. Thank you very much. If you have any question, I will be open for you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kazi Sohak. You may remain in your seat. Thank you very much. I think we will agree that perhaps a harmony between moral framework and legal framework are required to improve our governance. So, ladies and gentlemen, next I would like to introduce our second speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Kanisorn Thirtpaupong of Rangsit University, Thailand. Her title presentation is Redefining Corporate Value, the ESG-driven valuation paradigm. Without wasting any time, the time is yours, Dr. Katie.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Very welcome, very nice to be here. And before coming to the stage, I asked Professor Terahita that how many times I have been to Malang. Yeah, and I consider Malang is my second home. Merdeka Malang, Merdeka Malang. Yeah. Thank you very much. And I'm really happy to be home again. Yeah, thank you for inviting me and also my husband. The topic today, it's about the redefining corporate value. Now, this topic actually caters for the theme of the ICoS conference. This one is about the sustainability, and what I'm going to talk about is the E, S, and G. Right? The focus is on E, S, and G. E stands for environmental, okay? S, social, and G, governance. Okay, ESG in short. I think nowadays everyone says ESG, ESG, and somebody would say SDG, SDG. There's many abbreviations that we have to figure it out. Sometimes we have to say FC, what is a FC? Okay, fan club or fixed cost, or yeah, that's so many abbreviations. But now I like to turn everyone's attention to the ESG, and I propose that. Not just only myself to propose this one, and I propose that ESG is the new way of value the business. Usually we value the business based on the financial performance, but now there's another dimension that we like to propose to the world, that not just only financial figures, that we will assess how the value or how much value of the companies or the firms are. And this one, I think it's for the next slide. Okay. Next slide. Okay. I will be talking this way. I like to present to you. The next slide will be why ESG is more important. Okay. Actually, I believe that everyone understands. Now, this one is that is why we have this conference, right? The sustainability and ESG is one thing, in just different terms, right? Then this one we focus on E, S, and G. Now we focus on environment. Why we need to focus on the environment? You know, we try to save the world. I see that your box set here, the paper box set, and we open up, oh, very nice. You know, this one very sustainable items. You care for the environment, right? You have this type of things. And if you use more plastics, you know, like if you go to the supermarket and use more plastics, that's now we are hurting the environment. For this environment, it's very important, and for not just for us, for the business as well. This one is more important because it's addressed a critical dimension of the companies that impact the world. Now the companies or the corporations has to take action, follow to the guideline of the government. Then we integrate, the effective way is to integrate the sustainability strategic themes or the strategic policies into the business strategies as well. Otherwise, it's like we are talking into the different things, okay? For also the global business environment also continues to evolve. this one become indispensable for achieving the lasting success and positive impact to the world. Okay, I'm going to present to you like this. For the next one, is the ESG in Europe and in other developed countries. I separate like this, to distinguish us, to understand the differences that we have between the developed countries. When I said about the developed countries, I might mean to the Europe, to America, to UK, to Netherlands, those kind of things. Because these countries developed ESG and embraced the ESG before us. Like me, like I live in Thailand, you live in Indonesia. Well, ESG has become the hot topic just a few years back. But for them, it's a long time ago, since 2015. Okay. Then in the Europe, they will have the non-financial reporting directive that we call the NFRD. Okay, this one, it applies to all the companies that listed in the stock exchange in London. That the companies with the size of the employees over 500 employees, they have to report on the NFRD. That means the non-financial reporting. This kind of the directive, reporting directive, has to be informed to the market. Okay, this one, it requires the companies to disclose the information on environmental matters, social matters, and employees matters. They care for the employees, how they treat their staff in the organization. Okay, but this one is the purpose is to enhance the transparency and consistency of the non-financial reporting directive. This one for the large company. Okay, for the next one. Okay, for the next one is the CSRD, Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. This one CSR. The CSR is not the old term for us. We talk about the CSR very often. And the focus for this one to expand the NFRD to cover all large companies and all the listed companies that are regulated in the markets. Not just only the companies that list large companies, all the companies that listed in the stock markets. Like in Thailand, we have many companies, right? But the companies that listed in the stock exchange is very little. Like for us, only 600 companies listed. In Indonesia, I don't know how many thousand. Yeah, but it's 1,000 something. Yeah, yes, about that. Compared to the majority of the whole enterprises in Indonesia, it's very little. But at least in the European region, they also do something. And this one, the requirement is to require the companies to report on sustainability matters, like including environmental, including the social, and also the governance and how they govern all these kind of things. Include the management reports on the company's business model. The business model, believe it or not, that they have to report what kind of business model they do. Because doing the sustainability matters or the ESG matters, it is not just only you as a company yourself to do, but all the supply chains, all the companies that related to your business also have to do as well. Not just you. Then this one has to be included into the business model. If the business model of the companies doesn't have this one, then just care about your own company, then it's not counted yet. Then we have to expect this one to the all the supply chains. Okay, and this one here. Then we have the EU taxonomy regulation in EU. Then we learn it as education people. We learn about the taxonomy. We also have EU taxonomy for the ESG as well. It's a level of taxonomy. And this one, the purpose is to provide the clarity on which the activities can be considered as the environmentally sustainable, aiding helping the investors and also the companies in making the informed decisions. But for the EU taxonomy regulation, it's focused on the environmental. Then if you study this one, then there will be the level of the taxonomy. As we see the triangle, right? Taxonomy at the bottom is larger and smaller. That's also apply to the this one, the environmental. How the business done in their own strategies, in their own business actions, we also have to report in the EU taxonomy regulation. Okay, this one also, the next one will be the sustainable finance disclosure regulation. Okay, this one financial regulation, disclosure regulation, apply to all financial markets. Financial markets, in this case, I'm talking about the banks and financial advisors, could be the banks, other financial institutions, could be the insurance companies, could be all the financial consultants company. You know, they have to also apply the mandatory ESG disclosure. This one is the obligation on the financial institution. This one to increase also the transparency. Okay, and we also heard about the European Green Deal. Okay, not greenwash. we have their terms. You know, that's already like new word like greenwash. Several people think about several things, yeah, when we say greenwashing. Yeah? Is it positive or is it negative? Okay, but this one, Green Deal, positive. Okay, Green Deal, the European Green Deal. Okay, they said this one is require the actions across the multiple sectors about the climate change, about the energy they use in the agriculture, also in industry and also in transports to achieve the climate neutrality. By which year? 20. Do you know by which year the European Green Deal? 2050. 2050. Right now we are on the year 2024. We have 26 years to go. Okay, 26 years to go. You said, oh, still long time. Nah. Yeah, it's coming very soon. And you see, we just celebrated the new year. Now we are towards the end of the year. 1 year passed very fast, you know. And this one is the European Green Deal. The EU also have the climate law. The next one, the EU climate law, because they said that they try not to get the temperature to increase over 2 degrees Celsius. 2 degrees Celsius, you know. Then in this case, I think each year we already temperature increased a lot, you know. Then we have to try to help with the environmental issues about the climate change. Now that's enough for the developed countries. Now for the next one is the developing countries. I am considering we are in that category. Even though some part we are developed, but in general we are developing countries. This one for the ESG, the factor of this one for developing countries vary significantly. Like in Indonesia, the practice that's done in Indonesia and practice that is done in Cambodia, in Malaysia, in Thailand, in Vietnam, so different. Okay, that depends. 1 day I cannot say it enough. You know, what are the factors that make us so different? Even we are in Asia, the same. Okay, then the general trends. Let's say, now we are kind of following the developed countries, and the trend, you know, the general trends in developing countries are like this. Okay, number one, we kind of developing countries often adopt or adapt international standards. We don't have our own standards, but we tend to adopt or adapt the framework or the standards from the Europe, from developed countries like the GRI. We have also the United Nations principles for responsible investment, or we also have the climate related financial disclosures. This one we follow. This is the trend. Yeah, we're not the one who originated. We are not. Yeah. Well, nothing bad about that, you know. Okay, next one, sector-specific regulation. We tend to specify to the sector that is as the focus, initially focused on the key sectors, like the key sectors for the mining industry. Mining industries or agricultural industry or energy industries, this we focus on this sector. While in the developed countries, they don't focus on one or two or three key factors, but across the sectors. But because we just started, you know, then we focus on some specific sectors. It's also the third one, voluntary guidelines. We have voluntary basis, right? We are not forcing, right? It's not the law that the companies have to, but it's voluntary basis right now. In Thailand, we have many promotions, you know, for the companies that if you do this, you will get 5 star, for example, for the ESG. Yeah. Then we have the ranking for the ESG. The Stock of Exchange of Thailand also try to encourage all the companies that listed in the stock exchange to do so and to disclose the information. Yeah. This one we tend to do, but still on voluntary basis. Once it is on voluntary basis, the standard is different, right? That because voluntary, you can do or you cannot do. It's up to you, right? But most of the large companies, listed companies, do it in Thailand. Yeah. But let alone the medium-sized enterprises, right? The small and medium-sized, you know, they get busy running their business. They don't really, not so much on this. However, I see something that, like the mutual fund that is from the financial institution, they have like ESG mutual fund. Yeah, they encourage and back up by the Stock Exchange of Thailand. Back up by the regulators like this is very good because even I bought it. Yeah, because we like to invest in the mutual fund, but in which one? Previously they said like the mutual fund invested in China. Therefore, they will have the objective of the mutual fund. Invested in IT company. Yeah. Then now invested in the companies that have high ESG ranking. Yeah, this is the way that the governments try to encourage and also the financial institutions, you know, have to do so. The fourth one, that's one I said, the Stock Exchange Initiative and capacity building. This one often focuses on building capacity and raising awareness among the businesses and the regulators about the ESG factor. Okay, then ESG now, for the next slide, then I propose to you that it is the new paradigms. New paradigms goes beyond traditional financial metrics. As I am the accounting professor, I'm teaching accounting. I love numbers. Numbers to accounting people like us, we kind of make sense from it. Then we're really familiar to financial metrics. When we say about the sales growth, when we say about the return on assets, the profit and loss, return on equity, we are really get to it, you know, current ratio, you know, we love this, right? And that's now beyond. Now I have to, beyond the financial numbers, what else? What else I should teach? You know, now the curriculum of the accounting programs and any other programs at the universities are required by the regulators to put this one, ESG, onto the curriculums. All the students have to learn about this thing. Okay, then what is it that beyond traditional financial metrics include all the non-financial metrics, the factors that's about the sustainability ranking, sustainability score, like that. Okay, this one is then I said is a new paradigm. Okay, Then the way that we assess the risk assessments is changed. Okay, traditionally, we focus primarily on the financial metrics like the revenues, like profit, like the cash flow. We will focus on the operating cash flows a lot. And now, also maybe some tangible assets. Now we change. We are going to include, ESG-driven valuation to include environmental. For example, the score of the climate change, resource scarcity, or the social, for example, labor practices and community relation. And the governance, for example, the board structure, ethical conduct, or the staff satisfaction. Okay, this one we have to report and also try to consider the long-term sustainability and resilience against the external shock. Okay, the second one is the value drivers. Traditionally, the value driver, we will focus on cost management. Okay, managerial accounting. Yeah, many of you have to learn management or managerial accounting. Now, previously we might be talking about the revenue growth or the performance of the firms or the capital efficiency. Now, changed. Well, it doesn't mean previous, the traditional one we take away. We embrace more. The traditional one still there and must be there. Still there and must be there, but we top up. Right? We add it on top of that. Then we have to identify the new value drivers. For example, energy efficiency, waste reduction, okay? And employee satisfaction or the strong governance practice or the whistleblowing. You have the whistleblowing system in your organization or not. Okay? This we have to report on the enhance the value drivers. It's not just only the numbers anymore. Okay? Then the next one will be the regulatory and the market pressure. Actually, we have to admit that the way that the companies look at earnings per share, for example, dividends per share. Why they have to focus on that? Because the investors need that, right? The potential investors also look for these ratios when they seek for the investment in the company. Like if you go to the stock exchange, you are going to purchase the shares or the stocks from the companies in the stock exchange. Definitely, of course, you have to look for the EPS, earnings per share, right? And another one, dividend per share, is how much that you will get, right? That one is the very market pressure. And now the investors nowadays, they are also educated. They are also know and learn that ESG is the way to sustain the growth of the business. Because if the companies do not embrace the ESG into the strategic goals of the company cannot last long. They can last for a few years, but not so resilient. Okay? Then this one, the companies must proactively integrate regulatory requirements and the market expectation. Okay. Investor expectation. I already covered that one from the investor point of view, that they also expect something. Okay. Now, improve financial performance. Traditionally, we try to find all the figures. If we learn accounting or we learn business, we teach the students a lot about how to analyze the financial statements. Okay. Now there are more actually robust ESG practices and ratios. I'm the researcher as well as the lecturer at the university. Now we will see how the company disclosed information on ESG. We have the E, S, T, and D, plus the D. That stands for disclosure. Okay? The way that the company practice on ESG, and then they disclose that information onto their reports. It could be sustainability report, it could be annual report, it could be the one report, or whatever so reports that they do. We believe that because these reports has to be audited by the auditors, then this one must be true. Otherwise, they cannot disclose those. Then we look for E, S, G, and D. D is disclosure, and they have the score. Okay? In the world, then they have the ESGD score. That may be from the S&P, that may be from Bloomberg, or from other source, you know. Then they kind of assess how the company disclose the information. The way that they disclose means that the way that they do that practices. Okay? Then this is a new way to improve the financial statements, financial performance. Then we believe that strong ESG performance is associated with the higher profitability, reduce the volatility, and improve the risk management. However, this might not be the case, right? I like the director said in the morning that you said that sustainability should be the common sense, right, of everyone. Well, we also think that in research, I like to share just a little bit, on this one, because we said so that strong ESG performance is associated with the higher profitability. It is not always the case, because when I done my research, I found that from my data, the companies that have high ESGD, which means that, they are good, right, about the ESG, then they have the low financial performance. That could be the case, And when we study the data from the developed countries, like, for example, I got it from Japan, the data, I got it from UK, from EU, we found that it's more positive on that side. ESGD is positively influence their profitabilities, while in some of the developed countries, developing countries, it's otherwise, okay? That's still the issues for research. It's very charming, to have these differences, okay? I will wrap up very soon. I think the stakeholder engagement also, I already covered that the stakeholders like to engage more. It's not the same as in previous, let's say 10 years ago, when they call for the stakeholders, the shareholders, Nowadays, if you ever attend the shareholders meeting, they will ask about how some of the companies, the shareholders ask how the companies, the management, embrace or involve the ESG into the strategies of the firms, because that will kind of assure the sustainabilities of the firms in the long run. Even the short run, maybe higher ESGD maybe have a negative impact on the profitability because a loss of investment. Why I said a loss of investment? Say, if we like to save the energy in this room, we have to manually close or shut the electricity for the air conditioning, for the light, right? And we use electricity kind of freely. But if we really concerned about the sustainability, what is the investment to put on, right? We have to put on some kind of controls, not to, once we leave the room, once everyone leaves the meeting room, the electricity close down itself, or we use the solar cell. The solar cell is expensive. Then, well, we know, but that's why if we invest into the ESG, maybe in the beginning, in the first period, it affect our profitabilities, right? That could be the case. While in the developed countries, they've been doing this settle for some years already, but they started before us, okay? Well, another thing like printing papers, I share my university's policy. I am not, I am allowed to print, but very carefully. You have to, before printing, think. think to print, think again. You have to think twice. We cannot print. I think for the whole year, this year, I print very little. Only some important documents I will print. Because at the printing machine, it links to my ID. Now, again, investment. We have to use the printing machine, the copying machine that can track the ID. Who printed? Kathy, you print how many pages and what day? Then I don't want me to be in the report to the dean, right? Okay, Kathy, you printed 100 pages. And no color printing. Definitely no color printing. Now, no printing. We try, reduce. Now it's very effective. But it got to be top down. Because top down management, right? The top has, the top tone at the top has to be very strong on this one. That is why we have to embrace the ESG into the practice policies of the organization. If we said everyone care for the environment, care for social, care for the governance, blah, 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 but there is no top-down policies, then there's nothing. Okay, that's, I think I will go to the conclusions. Yep. The companies which are ESG driven, okay? Now the conclusion, which is that, integrate ESG factors into the operational strategies is not a trend, it is a must, okay? Secondly, we enhance the financial performance, manage risks, also meet the regulatory requirements, also attract the new investments. If we apply or adopt the ESGD, this one will build the sustainable organization and resilient organizations. And also, it is the global business environment continues to involve and integrating ESG. If we don't do it, we are left behind. I think this would be the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for such a comprehensive and insightful overview, Dr. Katie. Okay, last but not least, let me introduce you our final speaker for this session, Professor Dr. Kadek Indrayanti of Universitas Merdeka Malang. Her title presentation is The Portrait Implementation of Gender Mainstreams, Regulations, Policy, and Programs in some government institutions in Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. Amel. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is I'm the last of this presentation. Maybe some of you who come here already understand about the meaning of gender, or maybe a little bit audience here don't have understanding about the real meaning of gender. Maybe can I ask you who is understand about the concept of gender? Oh, okay. The gender, ladies and gentlemen, the concept of gender refer to the status, role, right, and obligation among men and women in the society. That's it. But if you know today, particularly in Indonesia, the situation, the circumstance, and the needs of women and men are different in every country. That's because after I read a book, gender is already socially constructed. So gender can be changed in society. Then after that, we have the concept of gender mainstreaming. The concept of gender, next. We have the concept of gender mainstreaming that for the first time, the concept of gender mainstreaming was introduced in Nairobi in 1985. It's been a long time. In Nairobi, where is the Conference of International there. Next. Gender mainstreaming is, maybe some of you already understand about gender mainstream. It's a strategy, audience. A strategy how we will, the integrate equal gender, yeah, in policy and program and project also. So the aim of gender mainstreaming is, yeah, to take those difference in women and men to take into account in policy, program, and project. So as we know, yeah, gender equality goal, like we know, yeah, Ms. Dini already told me yesterday that the goal of gender mainstreaming number 5 in sustainability development goal is number 5 is to achieve gender equality. Next. Now become in Indonesia. How about in Indonesia? Does gender mainstreaming already? Yes. Gender mainstreaming already. We can look at the regulation in presidential decree number 9 year 2000. And I have to read because I forget about what is the instruction of the presidential this one. Yeah. So, according to the presidential instruction number 9 of 2000 about gender mainstreaming, instructed that form from the minister, head of non-department government institution, head of the secretariat, and so on, commander of Indonesian National Army, chief of police, attorney general, governor until lawyer, yeah, should implement gender mainstreaming in order to carry out planning, preparation, implementation, until monitoring, evaluation of national development policy and program with a gender perspective in accordance with their respective area of duty, function, and authority. That's in Indonesia. Now, my legal issue of my research is, the main part is, I want to look at the implementation of gender mainstreaming in some part of government institution. The first one, actually, ladies and gentlemen, the gender mainstreaming legal base in international is based on the several conference international. First, let me read for a while. First, on Human Rights Conference in Vienna in 1993, state that the full and equal participation of women in all aspects of life in the national, regional, and international level. The second one, the legal basis from International Conference on Population Development in 1994, also paid attention to women's rights and opportunity for women. The last one is from World Women Conference in Beijing in 1995. It was established as a strategy in international gender equality policy through the Beijing Platform of Action that require every government in the world to carry out gender mainstreaming. That's from that start in 1995. So Indonesia make those regulations into the president decree. Now I'm doing research in Indonesia, everybody. I'm doing research in Indonesia in several there is three institutional that I took as a sample. First is court district in East Java and Bali, and also in Malang City there is a institutional government, and also in Sumba Waingapu. So the first my result of research in the court district in Bali and East Java, according to the result, they already have the gender mainstreaming regulation. They already implement the gender mainstreaming regulation. But the interesting finding that I found in Bali court district, after I do interview with several women judges, it's very interesting finding for me, because the ladies, especially the female judge, say that I don't want to move to my work because I don't want to take a part away from my family, and also because of I have a lot of duty with the community in where I live. So the gender mainstreaming regulation or not already they have there in the court district, but not because the regulation not given to the woman, but the woman itself didn't take those chance. As we know, when we try to look and make the regulation regarding gender mainstreaming, we have to take account those differences among male and woman. First, do access among men and women already we put in the program or in the regulation? That's the first one. The second one, do we have to put the control? Do men and women, we put also the benefit? So all the indicator we have to put in the planning, preparation, and so on. So that's one. That's in district court. The second one, I'm doing research in Sumba Waingapu. Yeah, as we know, Sumba is the one of driest area in Indonesia. The main part of that is where majority of people is very difficult to get water, everybody. Why? When I go to Sumba, it's very sad because women, particularly women, in order to take the water, they have to go from 3 kilometers to 12 kilometers to the well to take the water. That is why when we are doing research, collaborative research with Deaf University and local NGO and Merdeka University, that is why the Deaf University give donation about the pump. So that is why the people, particularly the women, can take the water from down well and go with the technology. So that's the result in my research in Waingapu. But when I go to the institution, talk there about the gender mainstreaming, do they already have those policy program? They say, yes, I have already, but not yet implemented. The same also result when I go to Malang. I took a 5 institutional as a sample, and very sad because Malang city is very near to Merdeka University. When I go to the environment department in city, they said, I don't know how to make the program of gender mainstreaming. Please, can you tell me how to make a program? Because I have to report those gender mainstreaming program. So that's very sad. So the impact of the institution, particularly in environment department, don't know about the gender mainstreaming, how to make it and how to implement. The impact is the society who live near Brantas River in city, that we call it Kampung Warna-Warni. Yeah, maybe from Malang already understand about the Kampung Warna-Warni. Yeah, we doing research there. We doing a focus group discussion with the community there regarding the technology, water, and gender. And I found that majority of young generation asked to us because they said that the government never come to my place. They don't never give socialization of gender anything. And then, but they ask us, please teach me, train me how to, what do you call, because the in area river basis, Brantas river basis is so polluted, the water. The river water is polluted, and also the water that used by the households also polluted. So the people usually, especially the young generation, told us, please teach me and train how to measure the water polluted. So it is very sad about the result in River Brantas community. But sometimes they said, please come again. Are you from Merdeka University? Please bring from psychology, please bring from the technology to teach us how to make our water not polluted anymore, because that's the situation. It's in Malang City, not far away. When it happened in Sumba, I think I can understand, but here in Malang. So the last one is why you didn't make a program or policy about gender mainstreaming in your office? We never There is no socialization about that, particularly in the office of the environment department. From 5 institutions that I choose as a sample, only 1 headed by the high position was headed by female. There is a department of women and children. The rest are male. But I'm happy here in Merdeka University. Recently, everybody, majority of high position in UNMER Malang in Merdeka University was headed by male, by female, because I don't know, I just asked this lady in front, almost 8 high position in Merdeka University was held by women. So that is why I'm so happy about that. Yeah. From the rector, Prof. Grahita, and all the dean in 6 faculty, already woman head in charge. That is why some of the boy of my friend, like, what happened with us now, because UNMER majority is held by women. It's okay, but it's good sign for in our, but outside there, particularly in the government institution or in the community, just not yet implemented optimal. But sometimes they don't know how to make the program, how to make the regulation. They don't know about that. So it's very sad. It's very sad. And then, okay, go, please. Next. Not the conclusion. I've been, no. Next. Go. Next. Suggestion that should be done. Yeah, solution can provide, yeah. For me, after I'm looking in the 3 institutions, like in the court district, government international institution, and also government institution in Sumba, I think the solution can be provided. The head of institution should have a huge, big commitment in political to do the gender mainstreaming. If it not, it doesn't work. I think it's almost the same. The second one, each institution should make collaboration with other agencies, such as campus, to make and do socialization about regulation, policy, and program to community. Particularly, we have to enhance the capacity of gender focal point. Everybody, in every institution, they should have gender focal point. But they say to me that we have the gender focal point. But when we talk, make a interview, they know about the gender regulation, how to make program. That is why the impact of the gender mainstream program from the government is to the community. So the first community that I feel sorry to that is near Berantas River. From the health is not right. Then solution that can be provided is training program of trainer should be done annually. So this is only provide solution, but I think enough for me for 10 minutes to give my result of my research about the portrait implementation of gender mainstreaming in some government. It's just not good enough for me. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for such a comprehensive and insightful overview, Professor Dr. Kadek. Okay, now I will open the Q&A session. At this point, I'd be happy to take any question from the audience. I will take 2 questions first from the audience in this room and in the platform Zoom. Please raise your hand, kindly state your name, affiliation, and your question. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Would you mind bring? Yeah. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Yasmin. I'm a language and culture teacher. And maybe perhaps I'm one and only here, language and culture. So, first of all, I would like to say thank you to Dr. Azizoha, because you gave me a kind of idea to write something related to my major, language and culture. So in one of your slides, you mentioned about, let me see, cultural homogenization, right? Yeah. So I think that's interesting. Okay. So, but after check of it in Google, okay. So I found that it's the context of that terms is related to Western culture. But in my opinion, nowadays it's not only Western, Asian also. Especially in Indonesia, I think it's especially Korean. Yeah, the young generation, our young generation is so obsessed with Korean. The drama, the movie drama, and the music, the dance. So I think they're obsessed with Korean. I think it's one of, can I say that as a culture homogenization? Also, that's and then second one. You said that your families live in Melbourne, Australia, right? And as far as I know, you're from Bangladesh. Yeah, are you from Bangladesh? Yeah. And I so admire you. I heard a lot about you from Prof. Karita. Okay, you study in Malaysia and then work in Ural Federation University in Russia. So do you think you see the same thing? I mean, like maybe in Bangladesh or in Russia, but related to culture homogenization? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very interesting question. Well, about the culture harmonization is like more about, we like to follow those who are very successful. So when Europe was thriving, the people were following them. Now in the context of Indonesia are following like South Korea. I've given an example because South Korea also is thriving technologically, education, they have many universities, they have a very famous brands. Also the music like BTS is very popular, right? So people are following it because of the social media. This is the age of social media. So those who are offering something, the young generation is following. And it is rapidly, this penetration rate is, speed of the spillover is very fast because of the social media. Like the Instagram, one of the model is like they wearing some kind of a dress or style that overnight their followers are adopting it. So that's why the culture is going to be very homogeneous culture. But what I was saying that, yeah, in many countries, maybe Indonesia has their own culture. Whether the own culture will survive in this race, whether it is antagonizing or not, or it's a compatible, that's the question. That's why I have given an example like Arab culture, right? They have their own culture. Like someone said about the gender issue. So primarily their gender, the women take care of the family responsibility, while the man take care of some other things. So it not necessarily they have to compete each other. They are probably the functionally different. Like the night has a function, day has a function. Neither night can replace day, light, or the day can replace night. So that's a different function. We don't need to force it. But if it is compatible, then it is fine. But we also need to take care of our own culture. Like when I come to Indonesia, people are wearing batik. Even the top management, they are not wearing tie and other things. So they are preserving their culture. They care about it. So we need to. That's the difference. You know, that's called diversity. That total diversity. So that's why I think that culture should not be that homogeneous. I hope you got my point. Thank you.
Okay, for another question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is William from Law Department Postgraduate University of Merdeka Malang. I would like to ask Professor Kadek Wiwi, are there any differences in finding in the 3 locations regarding gender mainstreaming? Please explain. Thank you.
Thank you. There is different when I'm doing research in 3 locations, particularly in the court district or in the judicial institution. There is only female judge tell that they don't want to take this opportunity to have a higher career, even though the head of the court district give a chance to her to move to another place in the court district. But the female judge itself didn't take those because the reason is I don't want to far away from my family because I have a lot of children, still kids, and then because of the tradition in Bali, it's make me cannot avoid those traditions. So if I didn't come to the community, I will get a social sanction from the community. That's the first one, the difference. But when we look at in the community in Waingapu, Sumba, they don't have this kind of obstacle. But women in Waingapu not only as a household, but they already also as a farmer there. So they have a double burden. But when I ask, what do you want as a woman? So they explain, and it's very, very genuine. I got the story from majority of the female farmer in Waingapu. I don't want to become rich, but I just want to look at my daughter can go to the school. And make me surprised. The second one is, it's not like we here stay in Malang, we can eat everything. We can eat tempe, whatever, tahu, but people there is so poor. That is why, because of the gender mainstreaming is not work there from the government, so the poverty is very wide there. And they said they only can eat tempe only once a month. So that is why I'm so surprised, because you know they don't have anything, and they have to as a farmer they plant vegetable, and then after wait until 2 months they have to go to the market, and go to the market is take 3-4 hours. That is why it's very sad. That's the difference, the situation our family in Sumba like that. But in Malang City, we can do anything. But I'm surprised also the difference. In Malang City, we are stay in Malang, but the implementation of gender mainstreaming, it doesn't work well. Why? Not because they don't know how to make it, yeah, because the head of the institution, they didn't take their program into the annual program. That's the first one. And the second one, the impact of that, I can see when I doing the focus group discussion in around community near Brantas River. They need anything to make their house clean, and then they ask, especially the young generation asks, please teach me how to test the water, because all the water are polluted. That's different. So I think that's enough.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Kadek. I think we still get the times. I will open for the last question for today. I don't see anything on chat box, so maybe on this room. Yeah, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ida Ayu Gerhana. I'm from Universitas Merdeka Malang. I would like to ask question for Prof. Dr. Kadek. And my question is, Prof, how far is the understanding government staff due to the principle of gender mainstreaming or GM? And how can this understanding be improved? Are there proposed solutions such as increased training and interagency collaboration that could address the challenges of GM in government institution? Is my question clear, Prof?
I'll try to understand.
Okay, thank you.
Because as my result of my research, in particularly in the Malang City Government Institutional, yeah, the suggestion that I make after I'm doing research, after I'm looking, and the result of the implementation is not well enough. Yeah, it's not well. So my suggestion, I think, yeah, there is a big or huge political commitment in each institution. They have to, the first one, and then after that, yeah, they have to make a collaboration, inter-collaboration with each institution, maybe with the university or with NGO also. And then I found out in each department have a gender focal point. Gender focal point is the people who can stand and spread about gender mainstreaming, but it doesn't work too. So that is why what's wrong here. So when you talk about the sustained development goal, I think in Indonesia, our country is very sad because according to the index data gender, Indonesia location is the worst in Asia to practice equal gender equality. So Indonesia is fair. So that is why I cannot say anything, because there's when we look at the theory of Friedman, yeah, maybe the student from law school understand about the theory of Lafrance Friedman about the component of legal culture. Yeah, we have a substance of culture, structural of culture, substance of law, structural of law, and legal culture. When we refer to the implementation of gender mainstreaming in all institutions or in society, that's a problem not in the substance of law, not in the regulation, because we already have those regulations. So many regulations we have. Until like in Malang City, we have the regulation mayor about gender mainstreaming. We already got. The problem not in the substance of law, but in the structural of law and the legal culture. That's when we talk about the implementation or law enforcement in law, yeah, the problem not only in the substance but in the legal culture. That's the very, very difficult to change the legal culture, the mindset from the head of institution until the employee in the institution and affect in the community. So I think we need the political commitment from every head of institution. So that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Luckily, we have plenty of times already. If any of you want to ask a question, we get the question from the chat box. From Iwan Harwansyah, what are the economic impacts in the countries with corruption council compared to those without? So I think this question is for Dr. Sohak. What are the economic impacts in countries with corruption council compare to those without?
Okay. All right. This is also a very good question. The corruption not necessarily very much detrimental factor for economic growth. In many countries, they enjoy a tremendous economic growth with poor institutional quality. If you see the Indian case, their annual GDP growth rate is around 8%, which is big enough, dramatic enough. But if you see the institutional quality is not really that excellent. So anecdotally, empirically, corruption not necessarily detrimental factor for economic growth, but what does matter is that if there is a corruption, the inequality will be higher. This is for sure. Because of the grabber, rent seeker, meaning the economic growth will be enjoyed by the hands of few. So the resources will be circulated in the hands of few, but not overall. So it will not be inclusive economic growth. But in terms of economic growth, there is no problem. With corruption, even sometimes it can be bigger. Because those who are the rich, they know how to make money out of money. So the marginal outcome from the resources will be higher when money is in the hand of the poor people. But for the inclusivity, yes, control of corruption is paramount important for inclusive economic growth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sohak. There is a question for Dr. Katie. From Mr. Agus Wiramsha. Interesting presentation related to ESG this morning, especially the last part of the presentation. What do you think about the challenges of implementing ESG in the energy sector, especially in mining industry? Last, today and future, at least until the next 30 years of Indonesian Golden Age atau Indonesian Emas 2045. Thank you.
Thank you for the great question. I do not know how to answer that, but I will try to share what I thought about this question. This question is about what is it about the ESG for the specific sector like energy, mining, for now, okay, and until the future, right? For now, I think several companies who are in these industries, either the energy or mining, or the industries that utilize the natural resources, will need to care for this regulation, or otherwise, that will be the consequences in the long term. I give you the sample that's happened in Thailand. We have one energy company that they're already concerned because they produce pollution. Yeah? What they try to compensate to the communities is they set up the budget for the community, right, to to help the community. That one they also claimed that they do for social, right? But actually, this is like pro and cons, because for the these companies as an energy public companies, we consider it as a greenwashing, because they do polluted the natural resources of the country, not just only Thailand, maybe across the ocean to other areas as well. Then we call it greenwashing because they set up the budget to seal it, to try to close the issues. But then what is the best way to practice ESG? Now for us, I think we still have to really care for the ESG for real. this one has to be the implementation from the vision and mission of the management at the top of the organization. If the top of the organizations doesn't give heed or doesn't care for this one, for really real, yeah? I mean real, it's real, yeah? Not just propaganda. Oh, we care for the environment, but that's for the advertisement. I think for the organizations, they have to come into this direction, because nowadays the community's engagement or the investor or potential investor engagement will be larger and larger, like social media also, right? And if the companies do something uncare for the environment, for the socials, then there will be punishment by the society anyway. For the future, I think it will be even stronger. Thank you.
Okay,
Maybe
so
I can add some point
okay.
with Professor Kathy, because this is exactly my field. I'm one of the scientists in UN, IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. We are dealing exactly with this topic. So as an energy economist, let me talk a little bit about it. Actually, there is a lot of paradox about this topic. For example, there are many targets based on Sustainable Development Goal, and it's called National Determined Contribution after Paris Agreement, to ensure renewable energy. So, but the renewable energy, in order to produce like a solar panel, wind turbine, you need a huge amount of copper, nickel, lithium and battery. So you have to go for a drilling. And drilling is not environment friendly. If you look at many countries, even developed countries like Australia, significant amount of electricity is coming from coal. And China is exporting. Indonesia also exporter of coals. And I think Indonesia need to fracking the natural resources, because this economy much rely on natural resources. Overnight, you cannot switch to renewable energy, that's for sure. So what is the best thing for Indonesian fracking or the mining company? To go for more about technological solution. So energy efficiency is more important. Okay? So adaptation rather than mitigation, I would suggest. For example, is still Indonesia extracting crude oil, but the refinery they are sending to other country, then it's coming back the final product. So Indonesia needs their own technology to find the final product with more environmental friendly.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kazi Sohak. This is you spill all the fact. I've been 2 years on Kendari, Morowali Mandar. My family owns some transportation renting company, so they produce nickel. Actually, Indonesia is the second largest to produce nickel. But right now, 2 years on 2022, we get a smelting manufacturer in here. So yeah, I think we need to produce more the nickel product. Yeah, so we cannot just export the nickel only. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Sahak. Now I'll see on the chat box. Okay, there is a question from Mr. Iwan to Dr. Katie. How has capacity building in Thailand's rural areas impact alleviation efforts? Yeah, the rural areas impact poverty alleviation efforts. How has capacity building in Thailand's rural areas? Do you understand? Thank you.
Well, That's how come I got a hard question? Capacity building in the rural area. If for Thailand, the government try to balance the capacity building here. Like in rural areas or not rural areas, we try to balance it, but have to admit that there's still some differences. And how to solve this one, right? How to solve these issues, right? The poverty. I heard that. Is it true or not? It still take time to solve this. There's a statement that actually education can solve any issues, including gender inequality, including poverty, including anything, the family issues, including corruption, including everything. I think the education is one of the key things to try to help the society or the countries in all over the world. This one has been said, and I believe that we are going to live to see that, because we are on the way to solve this issue through the education. And we are here, this is one of the things as well, right? We try, let's be try. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Katie. I think Prof. Grahita want to ask something. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity given to me. My question to Dr. Sohak, Kasih Sohak, in terms of your conclusion, one of your conclusions, you mentioned anti-corruption commissions are found to be ineffective to control corruptions in the context of developing countries. I just curious about the reasons, and maybe you can tell about your suggestions. Thank you. The reasons and about your suggestion for this conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So why Anti-Corruption Commission is ineffective, not working properly? So mainly the reason is sometimes it is politically motivated, meaning Anti-Corruption Commission should be independent, autonomous. They should have a power of prosecution, investigation, prevention. But many countries, they develop it just for the sake of developing it. They are saying, oh, we have it, but there is no functionality, it's not functioning properly. So maybe the politician, the head of the government is appointing the person. So he is not going to have a match with the government. So it depends on how judicial independence, how powerful they are. So it requires so many other factors. For example, whether they have power of prevention, whether they have power of prosecution, investigations, and how independent it is, whether it is political ruling party has really control over the Anti-Corruption Commission or not. So if it is purely independent, definitely it should work, but it's not working because of the lack of these attributes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Prof. Agus. Thank you.
Thank you for opportunity for me. Dear Associate Professor Kazi Sohak from Russia, I want to respond to your good material, and it's related from Prof. Grahita. Based on the conclusion presented in your material, the fight against corruption is generally less effective or even ineffective. Furthermore, it is hoped that in the repetition of corruption, there will be cooperation in strengthening the legal side with the moral side. What is your concept of your opinion for strengthening cooperation between the legal approach and the moral approach or religious approach. Hopefully, this concept or your opinion can be implemented and successful. Thank you.
Thank you for wonderful question, very insightful question, and I think very philosophical question. I totally agree that moral framework and legal framework, they should go side by side. There is a significant correlation. So if there is a legal framework is not compatible with the moral framework, people always try to evade that law, not going to maintain. Maybe there are so many laws, but some countries are respectful to the law and some are not. So that is well defined by the moral framework. So that's why in Western country, they are not necessarily very much religious, but still I see that they respect law. Understand? So because why the education, children, for example, my kid is going to primary school. So I went to pick her up from the kindergarten, meaning after care. Then I was calling her, she came and said, "Hey, I am not allowed to go. You have to go in that gate." Okay? Because this is how they are trained up to respect the law. So education plays a paramount role respecting law. I'm sure that in Indonesia there are many laws, but whether people have the respect of the law, that's the question. But that has to be grown up with the education. So if there is no moral framework, the legal framework does not exist. It cannot survive, not sustainable. So it should go side by side. Now it is come to the religion. Of course, religion is very important for the moral framework. I believe that all religion is talking about some good things. All religion is talking about social justice, that for sure. But the religion is turning to be more about ritual aspect rather than daily necessities. For example, if you talk about Muslim people, they are very sincere about going to pray 5 times, performing fasting. But when it comes to some material things apart from the religious things, you will see there are some discrepancies. Okay, so what I see that the people, religious people, not necessarily all the religious people, they like to sacrifice their blood for the God. But at the same time, they sell their soul to devil. Understand? So we like to sacrifice our blood to the God, but we sell our soul to devil. So that's the paradox. Understand? But the whole concept of the religion is the social justice. But what is the justice? There is no justice at all. Those who are the powerful, they try to abuse their power. So what is the moral framework? But what it should be and what is happening, there is a lot of differences. So I believe that the religion essence should be implemented along with the rituals. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there anyone? Last question in this room, is there anyone? Okay, if there is none, any final words for this? If not,
Maybe I can ask one question to Professor Kathy.
Oh, okay.
Okay, what comes first, profit or ESG?
Oh, wow, like eggs and the chicken, right? Which one comes first? I say this from what I understood. Okay, maybe you have to use your judgment as well when the statements I'm going to say from now. I think for the small companies and medium-sized enterprises, profit comes first because they have to be survive. They have to be able to responsible financially for themselves first before they can care for others. It's the way that they do for the SMEs to care for them financially is also for their staff, right? And in such a way, it helps the society, helps the communities as well, because when they survive, then be one of the chains trading in the business. Then, why I say this one for the SMEs, this is what I really think this way. Before can help anyone else, help yourself. But for the large companies, it's quite of different. The impact for the large enterprises or the large companies is huge. I think, well, ESG comes actually because the topic of the ESG comes just recent years. I think about 10 years that we will start to talk about the ESG. Previously, we have to admit that the large enterprises will always think about the profitabilities, right? The abilities to make profit for themselves, for the shareholders, and that's in a way also help the society. For the large companies or the large enterprises, I think both are equally important and should come hand in hand. Then the top-down management has to have the philosophy of this one and adapt or adopt these ESG practices to their strategic goals of the organizations. Then will make the organization survive or resilient in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Mr. Prof. Agus, maybe I want to share with you regarding legal, moral, and religion from the law perspective. In Indonesia, as people who want to make a rule, whether there is a regulation or until lower should, when we make a rule, ethic and moral should include in the substance of law. But the problem is, even though ethic and moral already include in the substance of law, but the implementation, because the implementation of law are implemented not by the, actually I always say not because of the, what do you call, is implemented by people who have different mindset. So that is why Indonesia now become a corruption emergency country. It's very sad. Yeah, corruption emergency country. That is why, because of this one, when we make the regulation, ethic and moral should include in there. But religion, I think, is separate for that. But religion can be support how we behave, whether we are as law enforcement or whatever our position in the society. So our rule of religion can be used. But unfortunately, the reality is not like that. That is why it's very a little bit, as in lawyer, it's very sad for me now to look the portrait of implementation, anything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any final words from keynote speaker? Okay, Prof. Bona.
Kasih Sohab, you mentioned that nowadays we have the Economic Corporation Forum. The member of the Global Economic Forum. The member of the Global Economic Forum is, firstly IMF, secondly is World Bank. I think it's very interesting if you mention about that. We know that include the member of IMF, the member of World Bank, we have the big the big country, full power. I mentioned United States, England, Canada. So we have a bad experience. Indonesia, when we have what I say that financial crisis in 1999, IMF come here. They want to repair the economic from Indonesia, but many regulations they put and we have to follow. So the other side, in Latin America, in the year of 1980, the ECLA, Economic Community Latin America, also the role of the full power United States, they want to derive the role, full power to make a growth economic of the Latin America. But what we see now, all are failed. In short statement, I say that IMF or World Bank, they want to make develop, but the reality is underdeveloped. It's the fact. I want you to give the comment about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's very a big question and answer is very long. I don't know how many minutes I can spend, yeah? Right. Well, so that's the monetary centralization after Second World War. Bretton Woods policy took place. So what is the Bretton Woods policy agreement took place? That they still try to follow the gold standard from the Bank of England. You know gold standard. So gold standard is that all gold should be in the central bank and they will print the fiat currency. That fiat currency should be backed by gold. So in Bretton Woods policy, they try to convince that US dollar, Federal Reserve System, still will maintain gold standard, meaning they will print dollar. So 1 ounce of gold will be equals to $35. So if Federal Reserve System has 1 ounce of gold, they can print $35. So what about other currency? Like Indonesia, Malaysia, all the currency. So that will be pegged with dollar. So if your central bank, Bank of Indonesia, has $1 as backup, they can print 1 rupee. So if they print 2 rupee, then exchange rate will be half. So they try to maintain the monetary integrity with the gold. So US dollar will be pegged with gold and rest of the currency will be pegged with dollar. So the dollar become very superior because of this centralization or the backup currency. But what happened after 20 years, they print out so much dollar when the France government asked, hey, Federal Reserve System, give me this amount of gold because I have reserve of dollar. So Federal Reserve System is bound to do that. But they could not do it. Why? They print out so much dollar and there is no backup of gold. By the way, Bretton Woods policy was not agreed by the Indonesia Sukarno, the leader. He did not accept it. Do you know this history? Indonesia did not accept it. Anyway, so, but later on they agreed with these things. So meaning that, of course, United States used this as a political weapon to hold ultimate power. So the role of IMF was that they will give a suggestion to other government to maintain the balance of payment. When there was a import and export, the local supply of foreign currency and other things, they will stabilize with exchange rate. And IMF will supposed to give the loan to the government for development project. But they are not coming with free. So they're imposing a lot of conditions to the government that need to fulfill it because of this loan. For example, some of the popular condition is that you cannot subsidize energy sectors. There are many other laws. So that's why this kind of foreign debt, most of the country did not succeed. If you look at the African country, you will see that one of the reason is that they have taken so much loan from IMF and World Bank, and they fallen in that debt trap, and they cannot get out of this trap. Why? Because when you are taking loan with the interest rate, the future generation is need to pay. So they are collecting the higher tax from the people and they are paying back. And when this loan is coming, the politicians are using it, corrupting this money without any proper implementation of the development project. This money is not giving you very good outcome. So, but future generations, they are suffering. So this is the problem, is not helping. I think that politician Mahathir Mohamad had a very good strategies to develop Malaysian economic growth. He tried to minimize the role of World Bank and IMF. They said, hey, thank you very much. We can deal our economic strategy by ourselves. So we do not need your much support. So what he did, he tried to develop a good infrastructure and in institutions. And they say other company, like in Japan or China, come to my country and invest and utilize our local resources. So that was the very significant development strategies of Malaysia because of FDI in 1980s or 90s. That they enjoy a tremendous economic growth. I think right now Indonesia also on the right track. Economy is moving forward, but one of the challenges is that challenge at the same time is a benefit that Indonesia has a huge population. So huge population, it is always difficult to manage with institutional quality, with a different mindset. In that case, Malaysia, it was very easy to manage. If you look at your neighbor country like Singapore is an exceptional case. Why? It's a little country with low population, so government can control everything very easily. But Indonesian country is a very potential because of lot of population and natural resources. What you need a proper policies and the implementation of the policy. So right now what I see that globalization is on move of deglobalization. So there are many grouping like G7, G20, BRICS, this kind of a regional cooperation is thriving. So for Indonesia, has to be very strategic with the regional cooperation in the deglobalization movements. So Indonesia need to be very careful in the which bloc they are going to join. As for ASEAN, is a very fantastic economic blocks. So ASEAN should be more cooperative. That's the way to look forward. Indonesia, if join with other countries, thriving countries, like South Africa, Brazil, Russia, India, many other EU countries. So that can be a significant move. And if this global South can create their own currency to minimize the role of World Bank and IMF, that will be the most significant success story, I believe, because dollar overly used as a political weapon. If you look, many countries like Iran is suffering by the economic sanctions. Even they cannot buy medicine. And right now Russia has suffering more than 14,000 sanctions, all financial sanctions, understand? So we cannot buy any product from outside other countries. Because why? They have a power because of this Bretton Woods policy, IMF and World Bank. So probably we need an alternative currency. I'm not saying about politically, but this is a right time to think alternatives. Not should be centralized power. It should be more decentralized, like a multipolar world. That's very important for economic growth for all the parties. That will be a win-win situation. And I believe that will create a balance of power. Not one party will take all the decision. Thank you very much.
Don't forget that I think you have to remember that also about the geopolitical tensions. Each country, they have the situation of political. So I suppose that talking about global economic cooperation, we also pay attention to each country. They have different situation. Indonesia, when we pass from the last era, yeah, and now we move to reformation era, we have Jokowi, reformation of economy, we do everything, yeah, and in other way, slowly the government move to the settled economic, and I think it's very, very good when we see the next and the next of my country. I think it's the situation. How about your opinion about the geopolitical tension? Thank you.
Yeah, during my presentation, as I said, that we are in the dangerous crossroad with geopolitical issues. If you look at the history, that the USA, they tried to find the military solution more than 100 times to overthrow many legitimate government that they could solve by diplomacy. But they didn't pick it up at diplomacy on table, rather than they tried to go for a military solution, like in Iraq, Libya, Syria, so on. That's why we need a balance of power. We do not need military solution, we need diplomacy. So we need a diplomatic solution for, of course, every country should have their own national agenda, national welfare, national interest. The national interest has to be respected by other party, other counterpart. So that's only possible when there is a balance of power. Otherwise, this Roman philosophy will be applicable, that if you have power, go and take it. That is yours. But if there is a multipolarity, balance of power, then it will no longer be like that. So then diplomacy will be functioning. We can solve many things with diplomacy on the table rather than the military solution. Thank you.
Okay, this is very insightful topics, yeah, very hot topics right now. And thank you, Dr. Sohak, Prof. Bona. It looks like we've already called for all the questions, right? If I may sum up this conference, our first speaker, Dr. Sohak, mentioning about the effectiveness of anti-corruption entities. Anti-corruption commission are found to be ineffective to control corruption in the context of developing countries. Anti-corruption commission with adoption of UN convention appears to be somewhat effective. Perhaps a harmony between moral framework and legal framework are required to improve overall governance. And Dr. Katie here was speaking about the ESG-driven valuation paradigm. The consequences of failing to integrate ESG factors into business operation are significant and multifaceted. Companies that ignore ESG more likely to risk financial loss, reputational damage, regulatory penalties, operational disruption, competitive disadvantage, and difficulties in attracting and retaining talent. And Prof. Dr. Kardik here is discussing on the implementation of GM in various government institutions has not run optimally because they don't understand and do not include it in the annual program. Also, financial reason, and it's not approved by the head institution, but they have to make gender report too. And another obstacle is due to the patrilineal tradition. Okay, once again, thank you very much for all the keynote speaker for a very, very insightful presentation. I believe we learned so much from this session. Now, give a round of applause for the keynote speakers. Now back to our MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for our moderator, Mr. Almer. And now I would like to invite the director of postgraduate to give certificate, and please come forward to Dr. Kasih Sohak, Dr. Kathy, and Professor Kade. Please come forward. Yeah. Take picture together. Please move to the center. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have 1 hour break for lunch after the first plenary session. And for the participant, please proceed to the refreshment room in the behind of this room. And then for the participant joining us via Zoom meeting, we will have 1 hour break, and please join us again 1 hour time at 12 p.m. Thank you. And for the all participant, pay attention please. You can download the PPT file which scan this QR code. Yes, you can get all of the file PPT for this first plenary session and the second plenary session in this QR code. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally begin with the second plenary session, and this section will be led by our moderator, Dr. Insinyur Werna Winansi MT. So please come forward, Dr. Erna Winansi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namaste. Semoga semuanya berbahagia dan sehat. Ya, okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Erna Winansi. I'm your moderator for today, second plenary session. I'm so delighted to see all of you offline here in the PPI, and I see that you are eager to engage with the issues. And also, it's my pleasure to welcome you all here via online, to the 9th International Conference of Sustainability, ICoS, come with the theme Sustainable Development for the Era of Society 5.0. And I like to, the warmest greeting, I sending the warmest greeting from Universitas Merdeka Malang to the Honorable Mr. Associate Professor Dr. Yin Long, hi there. And maybe, okay, the second meet. We have met several months ago at Architecture Department Universitas Merdeka Malang. Okay, I'm a friend of your friend. Ini kayak friend of friend gitu ya. Friends of Mr. Pindo, our Vice Rector. Okay, that's. I would like to greet the participant via online, via Zoom meeting platform. Hi, I hope you all have a good time to join this session. You've been joining the discussion started from the first session about the main topic and how it involved with the specific field as discussed earlier. As it states in the agenda, we have some great speakers here today in the session 2. We are going to have the honor of hearing important issues from our speakers, our keynote speakers. The duration of the session is about 1.5 hours, start from 12:10 to 13:30. Basically, the session will run in 2 parts. The first part is the presentation of the 2 keynote speakers. Let me introduce our keynote speakers today for the second plenary session. The first is Associate Professor Dr. Yin Long from the School of Architecture, Tsinghua University, China, one of the most top university in the world. I think maybe we can give me applause to that. And the second keynote speaker is Dr. Bob Natarkorn from National University of Management, Cambodia. Each speaker will have a half hour to present, and at the end of the session, a half left, maybe it's just about 20 minutes left. Begin at 30. We have the discussion the discussion session where the question and answer take place, and including closing. There will be an opportunity for you all to ask questions to our panelists and our keynote speakers today. We hope that you will take advantage of that opportunity to find out more about their presentation. We will wrap up the formal part of the day at 13:20 to 13:30. It's about approximately 10 minutes. So we get right on with it. Start session 2. First of all, I would like to welcome on the screen our first keynote speaker, the Honorable Mr. Dr. Associate Professor Yin Long, okay, from School of Architecture, Tsinghua University, and expertise in urban planning, urban modeling. I think is that. And please welcome the Honorable Dr. Yin Long to present the first presentation. Okay, Dr. Yin Long, the screen is yours.
Yes. Yes. So hello everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks for the introduction. Actually, right now I am not able to share my screen, so please allow me to do that. Yeah, my sharing the screen is forbidden on Zoom. And yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I am not able to share my screen.
Can the committee? Okay, share the presentation. Okay, I will see then.
Yeah, right now it's working. Right now it's working. Yeah, brilliant.
Is that?
Okay. So hello everyone. It's my great honor to be invited by the ICoS conference. And actually I visited University of Merdeka Malang in this summer, and had a good time there with colleagues in the university, like Dr. Pindo Tutuko. Yeah. So today I like to take the opportunity to introduce my recent understanding regarding urban AI. Sorry, actually I got a cold, so I kept coughing in the past days. So the title is regarding urban AI. I mean artificial intelligence, its framework, application in urban science and practice. Actually, my background is urban planning and research interest in urban science. So that is the preliminary profile for my background. Actually, my talk will be including 5 parts. Let me start from the background of the disruptive technologies in the era of the fourth industrial revolution and also the so-called Society 5.0. Right now, we all know in this time, we have so many emerging and disruptive technologies in the fourth industrial revolution or the technical revolution. For example, big data, AI, robots, and also large language models as well. Actually, I think 10 years ago, actually when I was visiting University of Cambridge, I started and initiated my lab, Beijing City Lab, which is featuring on big data application in urban studies and urban planning. So that was 10 years ago. Right now, we are at a new starting point for urban AI application for urban science and urban planning. That is my understanding. So right now, it is I'm very excited era for us as an urban scientist, because we have AI. So, but AI is not new to us. For example, there are several components, important components of AI. For example, reasoning, genetic algorithms, expert system, Actually, they are of very old term with a history of several decades, as well as computer vision. So I mean, AI is not new, but why right now AI is so popular in the world, in academia and in practice? I think just because of the large language model and also the vision large models as well. So about 4 years ago, we were witnessing the emergence of GPT. We all know that. Right now it is more and more popular, still very important for us, for our daily life, for our work, and also for our studies. That is the so-called AIGC, I mean AI-generated content. Not only limited to understanding, to analyze data, but also for the generative something. The other dimension for the importance is multimodal AI, rather limited to texts. Right now, AI is capable of handling data of not only texts, but also image, voice, and videos as well. That is the so-called multimodal. I'm listing some product examples for AIGC. For example, ChatGPT, PlanGPT are for text generation. DALL-E 3, Stable Diffusion, Midjourney are for image generation, and also other tools for generating 3D model and also video generation. I believe some of you must be very familiar with some of the tools I am listing here. Actually, in my understanding, since my background is urban, is city planning, is urban science, so I like to ask, what is the relationship between AI and cities, and urban science, and urban planning, urban studies? So first, I like to extend, to broaden the concept of AI. So traditionally and conventionally, AI actually is generally corresponding to intelligent algorithm and tools as well. But when I am introducing AI to cities, to urban science and urban studies, urban planning, I like to include other elements like hardware, robots, and also Internet of Things, ubiquitous sensors. I mean, not only software like intelligent algorithm of AI, and also hardware like robots, IoTs, and sensors are all urban AI elements. So that is the basic, my basic perception for AI. I mean, not only for software, but also for hardware. So based on this understanding, here I am listing the role of AI for cities, for urban science planning and practice as well. I am proposing 3 pillars of AI or urban AI. First, AI for studying cities. Second, actually AI is also reshaping our cities, like daily life and space. Thirdly, AI provides new pathways for our creating new cities. So that are the 3.
Pardon, Ms. Dr. Yin Long, Prof.
Yes?
The screen that doesn't move.
Oh,
It's
really?
stuck at
Let
the
me
first page.
reshare. I apologize.
Reshare and maybe a full.
Yes, I'm doing
Yeah.
that. Just one moment. That is crazy. Just a second, no worry. Okay, brilliant. I believe it is working, right? Yes? Okay. Okay, I see. So thanks.
Yeah.
So that is my understanding to urban AI. So here I am proposing the definition for urban AI. I mean, urban AI in the form of both software like AI and hardware like robots and IoTs is the new infrastructure for cities. Through pathways of promoting urban studies, reshaping urban space and lifestyle, and creating cities. It has great potentials for urban scientists, citizens, and practitioners nowadays and in the close future. So here, let me start from the first pillar, like starting cities with AI. Actually, right now we are in the era of data-intensive paradigm. So in the past over 10 years, we have been witnessing the data-driven science. That means data and computing are the two most important concepts and elements for our science, or the research. Actually, all disciplines apply, data and computing. So right now, AI is capable of handling, processing the data. For example, here I am listing the new urban data environment. Before we only have the traditional data. Right now we have more and more spatial temporal high resolution data, like big data or open data, from IR, from street, and from social sensing. In this way, we are able to regard city as a lab. In this way, we are capable of being an urban scientist. So we have more and more good data right now already, big data, open data, from IR, street, and social. Actually, right now and in the close future, we will have more and more robots in urban environments. For example, like the UAVs, robots for delivering something. In the close future, we will have more and more data. Although right now we have already good data, but AI is able to analyze the data, better understand the data with the more intelligent algorithms and tools as well. For example, natural language processing model and also BERT, for example, large language model is able to analyze text. And deep learning and large video model is also capable of handling image data. So that means before and right now we have very good data environment, and right now we have AI to analyze the data. We have more and more strong tools for intelligently analyze the data. So actually there have already several studies regarding analyzing urban data with large language model agents. For example, rapid extraction of spatial locations of disaster using GPT, and also using GPT to identify building age from the facade image. So that are the two examples. Actually, from my lab, before my lab, Beijing City Lab, has very strong background in applying deep learning to understand the remote sensing satellite images and street view images. For example, here I am listing our working paper regarding extracting building facade and attributes information from satellite images using deep learning, like building function, building age, building quality. You can find the paper online in arXiv. Actually, before we applied deep learning model to understand image, like satellite images and street view images. But now, still for the data set, we are applying OpenClip, I mean the multimodal model, to analyze the building structure, like brick, concrete, for example. We do not need to label something. We do not need to label a lot of samples like what we did for deep learning model. Right now, we only do zero shot, I mean label nothing. And the large language model is capable of answer and tell us the building structure. That is very cool comparing to the deep learning model. And still similar to the case one. Actually, right now, we are also collecting a lot of the images for the Trans-Himalayan area, for the building style, like Tibetan cultural landscape perception and element recognition. Right now, I'm showing the roots. We are applying GPT and multi-year street view images. Still very few shots. We labeled very few samples. In this way, we are able to understand the building style and the landscape perception. So that is our most recent study from my lab. Okay, this is the pillar one for urban AI, in my understanding. To conclude the pillar one, we can see the well-established new urban data environment is very good already. But in the future, with more and more robots, we will have more and more data. That is true. That is factual. And AI is able to analyze urban data better and better. For example, for text, before we have NLP, we have words. But now we have large language model. Before we are using deep learning and machine learning. And in the future, and now we are able to understand the image using the video large model or the image large model. So that is the pillar one for urban AI. Second, let me move to the pillar two for urban AI I am proposing today, which is reshaping cities by AI. So actually, right now, for us, for academia, AI can provide more and more tools and algorithms for our analyzing the data, like what I introduced in pillar one. Meanwhile, more importantly, AI is also influencing, reshaping our cities as well. For example, our work, leisure activity, transport, is also reshaped by AI in terms of software and hardware. For example, right now, what is work? Where to work? How many works for individual? All in transition, like remote working, sharing work, tidy work, and for example, creative works are replaced some of by AI actually. For example, for translation, for language polish, and for other works. And the robots are also replacing some work in factory. So that is true. And in other dimension, AI is also reshaping our behavior and preference through platforms like apps. So that is what going on in the world right now. That is, AI is redefining and reshaping our cities, not only for daily life, also for city space as well. I am also looking at looking at Web of Science. I searched all about AI reshaping cities studies. We can see more and more papers appear in the past several years. The key topics like increasing store word of mouth influence, changing industrial structure, changing employment patterns, and office space. So here is the landscape for new city studies, reshaped by AI. So actually, you can also find some books highlighting the AI reshaping cities, like Kevin Kelly, who published one book entitled The Inevitable several years ago, which is quite famous. And Professor Zhou Rong in our school is also highlighting the silicon-based city. And Michael Beatty as well. His book on inventing future city. So here I'm listing the theory regarding cities reshaped by AI. Actually, in China, some of labs are also working on studying the AI reshaped city, like information communication technology, how it influences urban structure, and also working real space relationship, as well as the factory automation. And the Taobao village to take away factories as well, and online to offline. In my lab is quite interested on, for example, screen time, and also the automation system in cities, as well as the new leisure activities and also third place working activities. They are all studies related to AI reshaped cities. For example, every 2 years, my lab, together with Tencent, like to release a report entitled V-Space, Future Cities from the Lens of Space. Actually, we all know WeChat, a quite popular social media software app in China mainland, and also in some countries as well. So its name is V-Space. We like to collect a lot of information related to technologies influence or AI influencing daily life, urban activities, and urban space. A lot of publications, materials, reports, design works we collected and digest into one report. Actually, this report is open, it's online, free for download. So here is the address for the report. Right now, we have already 3 versions for V-Space. Second, actually, AI also increases work efficiency and flexibility, and also support remote collaboration and communication, makes the chance of working in third place, like cafeteria, tea house, library, more pronounced. So in this work, already published in SCS, Sustainable something, let me see. Published in Sustainable Cities and Society this year, regarding unveiling fine-scale urban third places for remote work using mobile phone big data. So for the whole Beijing, we are able to understand which building is corresponding to more third place working. Actually, AI is in background. AI is providing opportunities for the activity of third place. And also hidden leisure space driven by platform algorithm. This is our one of PhD student work in my lab. Actually, before, most of our shopping activity, leisure activity happened by the corner along the storefront by street. Right now in Beijing, in large cities in China, we can see more and more activities happen inside a block or parcel, and more activities in above floors rather than ground floor. So that is, AI has promoted a shift in consumer behavior where digital tools and apps and online platforms reduce our reliance on physical storefront. That is very true. This example is for Beijing. We also have the other studies for whole China. Actually, our funding is applying for almost all Chinese cities as well. That paper right now is under review in Nature Cities. Okay, I think I have finished the pillar 2. AI is reshaping our cities. Lastly, I will try to briefly introduce the pillar 3, the last pillar for urban AI. I mean, creating cities using AI. For example, in the past several decades, we have more and more tools and simulation models for supporting urban planning and design. Right now, large language model and multimodal language model is also helping, supporting urban planning and design. For data analysis, simulation and prediction, game generation, evaluation and optimization. And right now, there have been several papers regarding generating urban planning and design proposal with AI. Considering the time, I will quickly skip some slides. And AIGC is also capable of simulating cities with large language model agents. So that is very interesting. Before, a lot of people, a lot of academia is working for applied urban modeling, develop the model and train the model and apply the model for urban planning. Right now, some studies are directly applying large language model for urban simulation. So that is very interesting. And also evaluate urban planning with large language model agents as well. Yeah, which is quite interesting. To some degree, AIGC is able to replacing the citizen questionnaire and expert interview. So that is interesting. And AI, for example, as sometimes AI can also equip our human being ourselves. I mean, AI as machine. Before, we improve our environment to accommodate our human beings' needs, requirements. Right now, in some cases, we do not need adapt the environment to human being. We directly equip AI for human being. For example, for blinds, for the disabled people, we can equip machines to people. And in this way, the disabled are able to adapt to our not so well urban environment. So that is very interesting. Okay, in my lab, actually we have developed one case base for public space enhanced by AI and digital technologies. Right now in the world, a lot of architects and urban design companies are working on this way. For example, the intelligent test and digitalized transformation examples. Here I am listing. For example, merging AI, software, hardware into our physical space. That is a so-called visible and touchable smart city. Second example is, you all know, in China, in Beijing, we have a lot of food delivery people in campus and on campus and in cities. And one of our master students' work is for planning the unmanned and off-campus logistic planning. For example, our robots, we only need robots, I mean, just as a scenario, for food delivery and good delivery on campus. So we are proposing several hubs. We have designed scenario for the hubs. Yeah, we replace the human being with robots for food delivery and good delivery on Tsinghua University campus. That is the current work. Lastly, I like to conclude. So today, I am proposing the concept of urban AI, not only including software and hardware. And I also very detailedly introduced the three pillars of AI, or urban AI. For example, studying cities with AI, reshaping cities by AI, and creating cities using AI. Actually, in Tsinghua, I'm also training AI to help our, education for courses. That is what Tsinghua U is doing right now, and also in the past 1 year. I think it is very interesting. Right now we have the technological revolution on one hand. On the other hand, we have social and spatial transition in China and in world cities as well. So it is very important for us to welcome AI in our urban environment for our studies. And actually, if you have more understanding, more interest, I also have a MOOC, the new science of cities. It's available in 学堂在线, also available on edX, actually. We have one edX version. Yeah, quite related to my talk. And Sage also invited me to launch one new journal 2 years ago, actually. Transactions in urban data science and technology. Welcome your, submission as well. Okay, I think it's my time already. I'd like to conclude my talk. Yeah, thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yin Long. The time is really accurate and exactly last. Exactly. Okay. What a great presentation. May you all please give him applause. Yeah. That's the great presentation about how the AI influence in urban planning and urban simulating and urban modeling. There's a lot of application basic on AI, and how well experienced our keynote speaker and sharing his research about the urban planning and modeling using AI technology. That's okay. Maybe the committee will certificate. Okay, please accept the certificate of the event today to our committee. Okay, please share. Okay, please share, and please accept our certificate to Dr. Yin Long, Associate Professor Dr. Yin Long, and give him applause. And thank you. Okay. And thank you for your amazing presentation, how the AI is so advanced. Okay, without further ado, please, I'm so pleased to welcome our second keynote speakers, Dr. Bob Natakon from National University of Cambodia. Please, hi, I'm sending you a warmest greeting from Universitas Merdeka Malang to Dr. Bob. Hi, Dr. Bob.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me in this conference, and warm greetings from Cambodia, from the National University of Management here in Phnom Penh. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you physically. That would be great. Probably we can do that the next time. That would be really highly appreciated. But I have just been to a conference locally here yesterday, which we had, and unfortunately I wasn't able to join you now physically. So now even more, it's nice to at least contribute with one topic here, because my main research area is in the field of sustainable production. I graduated 2021 with a PhD in remanufacturing and refurbishment, giving products in an industrial way a second life. So that track very, very well matches the key motivation, as I understand it, of your conference. And I'm very happy to share today some insights in a research we are doing here at the National University of Management in Cambodia. And hopefully it's not only that I present something, but probably something can grow from that. Probably some of you like that research idea, and we can think of doing something similar together and use that like as a kick-off to do some joint research. Please allow me to share my screen. 1 second, I'm going to share my screen into full screen mode. So just before I move on, can you all see my screen in full screen mode?
Is it able to share full screen? Okay.
Yeah, is it full screen with you?
No. Nope.
Not yet?
Not yet.
All right. 1 second, then let me do it like this. Is it
Okay,
now
it's
full
okay.
screen?
It's okay.
Now it's full screen. Very good. Okay. Then, again, thank you very much for having me here. I'm going to share today some insights in a research we were doing here. Circular strategy to give products a second life. That's my overall research area. In this research project, which I'm going to present now, we were analyzing how a second life can be given to IT devices, and we were focusing on mobile phones, and what is the perception, the knowledge of young Cambodian people on such circular strategies. So please allow me to first give you some background information. We all have at least one device. If we have one thing in common which everybody is consisting of, is mobile phones. And the significantly increase of these mobile phones we can see probably in the little figure on the left. And it starts in 2016, and 2016 is just like 8 years ago. And if we look at the blue bars, we see the global smartphone or mobile phone users. And at that point, it's just like 8 years ago, we had like 50% of the global population which were using mobile phones. And if we move them on to just last year, we are already at a rate of around 90%. In a rather short period of time, in these 7-8 years, from globally 50% to now globally 90%. If we look at Cambodia, and I'm not sure how it is in your country, that would be like interesting if you could give me a feedback on this. If we look at Cambodia, we see something which at the first stage seems a little bit strange. We have a usage rate from above 100%. So how is that possible to have like a usage rate above 100%? Because a lot of Cambodian people are using more than one mobile phone. So for example, they have like one for business and one for private reasons. That is resulting that we have a coverage of more than 100% within the society here. It would be again like interesting to get your insights on that from your country. And at the same time, these very high usage rates, the people are using the mobile phones very shortly. The phones are designed normally from engineering perspective for a period of usage, something like between 6 and 7 years. But most people don't use their mobile phone 6 or 7 years. They use it significantly shorter and are buying a new mobile phone before it would be technically needed. And that is resulting in quite short periods of usage. Globally, 1/3 of all mobile phones are younger than 2 years, and about half of them are younger than 3 years. If we look to Europe, the average age of a mobile phone is just 2 years. These high numbers of usage and at the same time the short period of usage is leading to a huge amount of so-called e-waste. E-waste is waste resulting from disposal of electronic devices. And this e-waste is estimated to be growing in the next 10 years of 50%. And the problem with these e-waste is not just that it's growing so strongly in the future, but also that a lot of this e-waste is not disposed in a professional way, but it's like landing in landfills, and people are trying to regain the materials in those parts in an unprofessional way, in a harmful way for their health, as well as a harmful way for the environment. These numbers of e-waste is at the highest level in the region of Asia. At the same time, the recycling rate, the amount of parts which are going into a professional recycling process is in Asia below average. Where is that leading to? What is the main problem and what is the problem statement of our research here? Is that there is a concept of giving mobile phones a second life. It's called refurbishment, or for some other parts, especially for automotive parts, it's called remanufacturing. For IT devices, the term refurbishment is rather used. And refurbishment is not repair, refurbishment is not recycling. Refurbishment means we are having an industrial process, not a small process on the market or something, an industrial process which gives, often done by the original equipment manufacturer, a product a second life and brings back the used part in a state as good as new back to the market. And if we look at the market players, again, these are not little booths, little companies, little private persons at a market or something. These are global companies. So the market share of refurbishment is especially covered by the big companies we know from the new part production. It's Apple, it's Samsung, and all the other brands which we know from buying mobile phones. Especially in North America and in Europe, refurbished products have a significant market. You can go to the websites of these companies and you will find refurbished products there. You can go now to the Apple website, or you can just try it now if you like, and you just type on the Apple website refurbished phones, and they will guide you to a section where you can directly buy online refurbished iPhones, or on Samsung websites it's also possible. The market size for such refurbished phone is estimated to grow significantly in the next 10 years. It's estimated to grow around 300% in the next 10 years. So these refurbished mobile phones, they're offering ecologic and economic benefits. Ecologic benefits because they are reusing main parts of the used phone. They're only replacing the parts which have wear and tear, which is, as we all know, what is the first part breaking down at the mobile phone? It's the battery. And then probably have some scratches on my phone. Probably the software isn't up to date, and probably the processor is probably not the fastest, but the body is still okay, the motherboard is still okay, the camera might be okay. So I can regain, I can save these parts. I don't need to produce that new. That has a positive effect on the environment. Also, it has economic benefits because these parts can be sold at a lower price than a new part, and it's giving people work. It's a business concept. People can earn money with it. People can gain work with it. And it's especially of interest in regions which are very price sensitive, cost sensitive. And here we have to especially name like developing countries, for example, developing countries like Cambodia. But even though these business concepts are offering ecological and economic benefits, as of today, they have no significant market relevance in Cambodia. They have market relevance in North America. They have market relevance in Europe and some other regions in the world, but in Cambodia not. It would be also interesting to get your insights on that, how such a situation would look like in your country. So what are we going to do in this research? We wanted to understand what is the perception, what is the opinion of young Cambodians on such business strategies as refurbishment? What do they know about it? And the main research question we tried to answer is like, how do they use their mobile phones? What is the key motivation of buying a new mobile phone? And what do Cambodian people do with their old phones? And additionally, what do they know and what do they think about refurbishment? Please allow me in the next section to explain a little bit our methods. About the literature, what is on this topic already been done, what did previous researchers find on that topic. And as I already mentioned, the lifespan in some areas of the world for mobile phone is short. So I mentioned already in Europe it's 2 years, and having a high number of people using such a product and at the same time using it very shortly and rebuying and rebuying and rebuying, that has a negative impact on the environment. And there is something which is called an unconscious buying behavior. There is, especially when it comes to IT devices, especially when it comes to mobile phones, a certain wish among people to have something new, which means typically you're buying something new because you need to have something new. You buy a new fridge because your old fridge broke down, you need a new fridge, and you go to the shop and you buy it because it's needed. For mobile phones, we see something, a buying behavior. It's not so much the need to have it new, but the wish to have something new. And there is a term which is called perceived obsolescence. So obsolescence means if a part is like, because of technical reasons, not anymore usable, but perceived obsolescence means I think it is not anymore usable because I miss certain functions, I want something new, or there is certain pressure among my peer group, among my friends, about my colleagues, about the people surrounding me, which give me the feeling I need to have a new product. And another thing, as soon as I buy a new product, and you can ask yourself, what do you do with your products when you last time bought a new mobile phone? Most often, the old part doesn't go back into a professional recycling process. They are put into the drawer, which means you keep them. You are storing those parts at home. And I can confirm that for myself. I have a phone here, but my old phone is in my desk, in my office, and is actually unused there. Mobile phone users at the same time are concerned about the environment, they think about the environment, they have a positive perception actually on reuse concept. But there is a lack of awareness. What is refurbishment? How does it work? What is behind those terms? When it comes to knowledge, if people know refurbishment, they have a rather positive experience. Nevertheless, in Asia, the perception on refurbishment is rather negative. If people are opting to buy a refurbished phone, it's mainly because of economic reasons and rather not for ecological reasons. And the main risks we found in the previous research, if people see risks, they have concerns about the function and appearance. They see potential risks from contamination. Other people were using it, were touching it, were having it close to their face and mouth, and were like assuming contamination, and perceived data security risks, which mean if I give my product into a recycling process, what is happening with the data on the phone, with my banking data, with my messages, with my pictures on? So that is what we found in the literature, and then we went into the field. We wanted to learn more about what's happening here in Cambodia. And we were setting up a survey, an online-based survey, and it didn't only stay online. I went here to different universities. I went into different classes. I presented it at different universities to share, as I do it now with you, what is refurbishment, and ask the students as well to share their opinion, their perception, their perceived risks. And we shared it also in our social media channels. We were focusing from the population about for rather young Cambodians, population we described as people being younger than 28 years old, living permanently in Cambodia, and that is summing up to roughly 4 million people here in the country, and we defined as a sufficient sample size 400 to have data leading to meaningful results. And at the end of the day, we had more than we actually were aiming at. We had like nearly 600 survey answers. Nevertheless, we saw in the data that some people replied not being within our population, and we needed to clean up the data a little bit. Some people were older than our defined definition, and some people answered not being in Cambodia, so they were not in our peer group here, so we needed to take those data out. But at the end of the day, there were nearly 500 sets of data still left, which is higher than what we were aiming at. Again, like we were aiming to have 400 answers at the end, we had like significantly more. So we can assume that the data is sufficient for some findings. When we look into the characteristics of our respondents, we see this typical reflection on who we were asking. We were mostly asking in the context of university, so we have a lot of people with university background, a lot of people, roughly 3/4 are students, 1/4 is working. All are living in the Phnom Penh area, because these were the universities I'm looking on mostly, and which I was presenting and visiting here. And more girls than boys, because we have a certain higher quantity of girls studying here than boys. What did we see in the data? So at one point we had a phase of data collection of something like 2-3 months. We went into the analyzation of our data, and first we broke it down by the 2 research questions. So first, like, how do young Cambodian people use their mobile phone? When do they buy a new one? And, why do they buy a new one? And what do they do with their old one? And the first finding, most young Cambodian people own a mobile phone with an age up to 2 years, meaning younger than 2 years, and a large group, 1/3 roughly, possesses even a mobile phone which has an age of maximum 1 year, meaning the phone is younger than 1 year. And if we look into the literature, that is supported. People have young phones, average 2 years, very often under 2 years. So in this case, like Cambodia, even as a developing country, doesn't use their phone in average longer. There are different purchasing behaviors. We see 2 peaks when people are buying new mobile phones. We see 1 peak after 3 years, and we see a second peak after about 5 years. and asking why people are buying new mobile phones, it is mostly said that people are buying new mobile phones because the old phone has a defect. And that is a certain disagreement to what we saw in the literature, because, probably you remember, I said in the literature it's described that people perceive that something is obsolete, needs to be replaced, but technically it wouldn't actually be needed. What do they do with the old mobile phone? After the new mobile phone has been bought, what do you do with the old one? And about half of Cambodians keep their old mobile phone, as I mentioned. They put it into a drawer, they don't further use it, they don't put it into a recycling process. 1/4 hands it over to friends or family, and a very small group is selling it. That is supported also by the literature. Second research question. What do young Cambodian people know about refurbishment, and what do they think about refurbished concepts? Would they buy a refurbished phone? And the first finding, a large group, more than 40%, do not know the term, the concept, the business strategy of refurbishment. A very big group is unsure if they know it or don't know it. There isn't a clear opinion on that. So this is supported by the literature that there is still in the market a very high unclarity what refurbishment is, what it means. Pricing, people would here see like around 50 to 70% of the new part price as a suitable price for a refurbished part. And that is partly agreed from the literature. The literature is mentioning something like 70%, so rather a little bit higher than what Cambodian people were defining here. People in Cambodia were defining risks, and especially risks when it comes to health, battery health, a lack of accessoires, especially cables and so on, and they were assuming scratches. And this is an interesting finding because the battery, the screen and the accessoires are parts which are always replaced in refurbishment. So actually that shouldn't be a risk, but this is also probably reflecting a lack of knowledge what is refurbishment. What kind of benefits would people see in refurbishment? And here especially economic benefits are seen, meaning the part is cheaper than a new part, and that is partly agreed in the literature. Yes, there are economic benefits resulting from refurbishment, but there are also, beside economic benefits, there are ecological benefits, which weren't so much seen here in Cambodia. Then we asked the last sample question, would you buy a refurbished phone? And only a small group of young Cambodians would say yes. And there is a majority which is unsure. You see like more than 50% says maybe. And that is also then reflecting about the unclarity, the uncertainty about what is refurbishment. And I think we can all understand if you don't know what something is, your willingness to buy it is rather low. What kind of recommendations can we give with those findings? And I broke it down onto our main groups of stakeholders. Stakeholder group number 1, the mobile phone companies. What can we recommend those companies? And Cambodia is a big market for mobile phones. Cambodian people love IT. They are very much into IT. So it's a big market which also might be of interest for those companies to stronger promote environmental friendly products, which also are offering products at a lower price, like in a country like Cambodia, a developing country, that could be of interest. Nevertheless, the people they see risks, so those companies should offer comprehensive guarantees. Ideally, it should offer the same guarantee for a refurbished part than for a new part, so that people can be sure if there is a problem, they get a new part. And we saw the risks seen here from battery health, from screens, from accessoires, and for refurbished phones. These are replaced parts. So probably those companies need to stress a little bit stronger what is refurbishment to inform the people that these perceived risks might not be risks of relevance. Take back program, meaning having concepts to bring back used parts into the market and to make sure that the parts are not just kept in your drawer, but are going back to the companies, having small incentives like buying back the products like for $5 or $10, just to make sure they go back into the production cycle. Policymakers in Cambodia, they should raise the knowledge, they should promote what is refurbishment, they should set some standards, some warranty standards, some guarantee standards to minimize the perceived risks. They should make sure that the term refurbishment is defined, that the people can learn and understand what they are buying if they see where it is written refurbishment. End-of-life strategies would be an interesting thing. It's something which is existing in North America and Europe, also in China, where the responsibility of the producer is not ending at the point of sale, but those companies also need a business strategy, what is happening after the period of usage with the used parts. And academia can support in the process of standardization, can help to define terms and to find more clarity, to define more clarity when it comes to challenges and opportunities refurbishment might be offering. And now the user, the society, should increase their knowledge on refurbishment, but at the same time also request refurbished products that are providing a positive impact from ecological as well as from economical perspective, and should require clear definitions and clear informations from the producers of refurbished parts in order to have interesting products for themselves. This research is limited to young people in urban regions and with a higher educational background and based in Cambodia. But that also offers some potential for future research. First, we could analyze how is that perception among older people? What do older people perceive of such thing? We could also analyze what is the perception in rural areas. Is it same like in urban areas, or do we see difference? We could analyze a more diverse educational background. What do people think without the university background? And we could analyze financial perspectives. The value you are keeping at home with your used parts, which are not going back into a production process, but they still have a value inside. They still have rare earths. They still have material which are of interest. So the financial aspect could be analyzed further. What we are doing now is to analyze that in a cross-country analysis. So we started in November just now the analyzation with 2 universities in Thailand and 1 university in Vietnam to do the same research there and to analyze what is the perception of Thai people on this, what is the perception of Vietnam people on this. So we want to analyze in a cross-country analysis a bit stronger what might be typical Cambodian things and how do our neighbor countries look on. And that would be also the point for you, where you would be more than invited to support such a research. If you are interested in something like that, please contact me. On the coming slide, I will provide my contact details. Feel free to contact me and to exchange on such a topic. Please allow me to summarize, and also you see here my contact details. Refurbished mobile phones can provide ecological as well as economic benefits. As of today, these benefits are hardly used in Cambodia, even though that market has a great market potential for mobile phones. The knowledge in the market the knowledge in this market on refurbished mobile phones is very low, and the perception on refurbishment in general is rather negative. The perceived risks are high. And now I'm available to answer your questions.
Thank you. The presentation of Dr. Prop, how interesting, and this is quite relatable to us, isn't it? How we use mobile phone lifespans for maybe a year, 2 years. Maybe you all here, you have more than one mobile phone. Okay, thank you very much. It's very, very relatable, and for me, it's inspiring. Thank you so much, Dr. Bob, for sharing the research. And for the graduate, postgraduate student, I think it's really clear how Dr. Bob step by step explain how the research done from the background, till recommendation, limitation of the research, and what next, what's research, next research, future research. And I think we all maybe kind of challenging to do the next research about this topic, because it's I think it's very relatable with Indonesian culture, Indonesian society, about how we use the mobile phone. And okay, before we start the question and ask session, may the committee send the certificate, please accept the certificate from our committee to Dr. Bob as a keynote speaker for today. Okay, can give him a big applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, so now we are in the session of discussion, question and answer session, and you can ask question whom the question is addressed. You can mention the first speaker or the second speakers. You can mention your name and where do you come from? Where do you come from? Okay, maybe in the room, in the PPI room. Who will ask? Or maybe via chat box in online Zoom meeting platform. Okay, is there any question? It's really, really interesting topic. The two speakers today. The first is based on architecture and urban planning and urban modeling using the AI technology. How many applications to do the urban planning by the AI? Okay, is there any question here? Okay, the right one. Okay, the first. Mention your name, please.
Thank you. My name is Suryadi Rahman Wijaya. I'm from Universitas Merdeka Malang, postgraduate student. I want to ask to our respected speaker, first, Dr. Yin Long. I'm interested about AI in the future. Maybe it will be can generate a studying about a city, reshaping, creating, and education. Maybe this platform in the future maybe will be developed clearly. So I want to ask, in your opinion, this platform maybe who is available and associated with this platform? Maybe for education, for professional architect, or maybe for general people. So if we think it's about a professional architect or another architect, it will be help us very clearly. It make it everything easier with AI. But if in the other hand, if this platform maybe develop for general people, it will be help to clearly, and then it's in the other hand, it will be our challenge for our as an architect. So in your opinion, who will be available for this platform? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suryadi. Maybe Dr. Yellen can answer directly. Is how the AI helping the planner, the architects, and what the specific users the AI think to create the collecting data till modeling, reshaping our city. Okay, dari Yellen.
Okay, so thanks for the question. Yeah, actually, I think not only for general people, but also for highly creative work like architects and urban designers. I think AI is quite important for promoting, for increasing our working efficiency. That is very important. But I think our School of Architecture in Tsinghua also had an internal discussion regarding the application of AI for design, like architectural design and urban design. Our quite preliminary conclusion for that is AI, is helpful for procedural something, rather generative something. AI can promote the efficiency, but AI is not capable of replacing designers, whose work is quite creative and highly intelligence demanding. So that is the quick answer to the question today. Yeah.
Okay. Any other question? Is this enough? The answer of Dr. Yelong?
I see a question in the chat box, if I may answer that in between, about the environmental impacts of e-waste. And probably we can split this impact into two sections. Well, first, it has a direct negative impact. Probably you remember in my presentation the form of, I wouldn't even call it recycling, it's disposal in some regions of the world, which means probably you saw also pictures mainly happening in some Asian regions and some African regions, where you have landfills and the electronic devices are disposed under the open air, so not in a factory or under professional circumstances. And often people with low skills and low educational background are trying to regain materials from these electronic devices out of the parts. So we're not talking only about mobile phones, we're talking about all kinds of electronic parts, computers, refrigerators, whatever electronic devices you can think of, and trying to regain certain materials, especially copper is of interest, some rare earths, silver and gold to some extent are used in these electronic devices. And the process, how it is done, is often using methods which are harmful for the people, right? Because this process has a negative impact on the people working on it. They don't have any work security. They are not following work safety. And it has a negative impact on the health of the people working under such circumstances. And it has a negative impact for the environment, because these processes are not respecting certain standards to not have any negative impact on the environment around. So this is the first group of negative impact from e-waste, unprofessional recycling process. And the second category of problems from e-waste is that we have a huge value in those parts which are not gained. I'm sure you all heard about the scarcity of rare earths. and the need for such materials, and not recycling that or refurbish that in a professional way, are just not using these values, which also is now then of ecologic and economic disadvantage, because if I don't use what's there already, I need to produce it new. And that again has a negative impact on the environment and on the economy. So these are like the two negative impacts, one directly on the people working in such an area, and the second one because potential value in those parts are not used in a sufficient way.
Okay, thank you. I think Mr. Bob answered the question from Iwan Herwansyah. Okay, I can read the question from the chat box from Iwan Herwansyah to Dr. Jinlong. How can AI enhance emergency response and disaster management in urban areas? Maybe Dr. Jinlong can directly answer this.
Well, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Iwan Herwansyah?
Yeah, I also saw the question in the chat box. Actually, I am not majored in emergency something, studies, I mean. But according to my understanding and referring to my theory, my proposed theory for urban AI, I think robots are quite important for emergency response. For example, for some cases, for some situation, our human being is not, able to do the emergency response work. I mean, robots can be in assistance. That is my understanding. I mean, anyway, robots will be to some degree helpful for emergency response. I mean, that is my understanding. Secondly, that is for the hardware side. For software side, I think there are in literature there have been already a lot of studies regarding using drones, using big data to understand the disaster situation as well in urban area and also in rural ones. Yeah, that is my quick answer for Iwan's question in the chat box.
I think it's enough, yeah, because disaster management needs some maybe a kind of mitigating, how to mitigating the disaster, okay? And maybe it's addressed to Dr. Jinlong again from Hudan Eka Rosyadi. Hello, Dr. Jinlong. My name is Dan. My first question, is there any correlation between AI usage and digital literacy? Indonesian digital literacy level is medium. It means not all people have the good ICT knowledge. So the second question, which one must be optimized first, AI usage or increase the digital literacy level? Thank you, Ms. Dr. Jinlong. Okay, you can answer.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Actually, for the first one, actually I didn't check the literature actually, but I suppose there are strong relationship or correlation between AI usage and so-called digital literacy. That is for the first question, but not confirmed. Just my assumption as well. Second, I think. For the second question, I think for urban scientists who already is equipped with the AI and the digital literacy already, I think your question is going for general people. Okay. So which one is more important to me? I think maybe the latter one. I mean the digital literacy first rather than AI usage. I think AI usage is depending on the digital digital literacy, I think. Okay, thank you.
Okay, the last question maybe because the limitation of the time, to Dr. Jinlong from Hendra Surjana. how can privacy enable urban AI technology design approaches reduce access surveillance in urban environment? This privacy thing.
Yeah, that is also important, not only for citizens, but also for academic research as well. Yeah, it's a good question. But right now there are some more and more studies, or equipments using the edge computation. The raw data is not available to citizens or available to scientists. Only the deep learned or the AI calculated results are open to citizens and open to scientists. In this way, for example, for our faces, data are not open to the potential users. Rather, yeah. So for the quick answering, edge computation right now, to some degree, is mitigating the privacy concerns. Yeah. Yeah. In the world, I can see more and more products and studies are working in this way, edge computation. Thanks.
Thank you. Maybe it's, I think the time is up, and I'm really sorry I have to end this session, and by the closing, I'm sorry I can wrap up correctly because of the limitation of time. But today we have two keynote speakers who share their research, and very interesting, very inspiring, and for that I will deep thank you. I'm delighted to have you here sharing your research, and thank you very much for the participants in offline in this room, and thank you very much for the participant who joined online. And I will return to MC. Okay, the time is yours. Thank you very much for all of you here. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Erna Winansi. And ladies and gentlemen, finally we have come to the end of today's event, and we would like to express our appreciation to all of the honorable guests and participants from Indonesia, Thailand, China, Cambodia, and Russia for contributing to the success of the 9th International Conference on Sustainability, ICoS. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and see you next time. For the presenter, please proceed to the postgraduate building on the 2nd floor. We will start the parallel session. And for the participant, if you want to join the parallel session, you can go to postgraduate building also and choose the panel session in the 2nd floor. And for the participant in Zoom, you can also choose join the available breakout room to watch the presentation. So there is 6 panel A until panel F. So thank you, and see you in the postgraduate building.